Celtic and fasting, rituals and dark spells. I am the shaman of a tribe outside, far outside of this matrix. Ooh. I am the Raven King, I can do anything. I am the Raven King, the loving king, shaman of a beautiful tribe, madman, seer, sorcerer, mad poet, artist, philosopher. I am the Raven King, I am eternal, I am magical, I am sovereign. Always have been, forever was alive, forever will be, without beginning, without end. I am the Raven King, Saint Stephen, winning and winning, destroying evil wherever I may roam, laughing at demons and creating my own kingdoms, my own kingdoms, my own. Celtic hand fasting, 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 rituals and dark spells. I am the shaman of a tribe outside, far outside of this matrix. I am the Raven King, I can do anything. I am the Raven King, the loving king, shaman of a beautiful tribe, madman, seer, sorcerer, mad poet, artist, philosopher. I am the Raven King, I am eternal, I am magical, I am sovereign. 2026 Dateline. 2026. Ooh, 2026, you're gonna get sick.
2026.
Matrix sick.
Matrix sick.
You're gonna get sick.
You're gonna get sick.
You're gonna get sick.
2026.
Matrix shit.
You're gonna
Get sick.
curses.
Curses.
Curses!
You're gonna get sick.
You're gonna get sick.
You're gonna get
Sick.
sick.
Yeah. 2026.
Matrix shit.
You're gonna get sick.
Matrix sick.
Matrix sick.
Matrix sick.
Matrix sick.
You're gonna get sick.
You're gonna
Get sick.
sick.
You're gonna
Get sick.
2026.
Matrix shit. Ooh, yeah. See?
Mm, 2026.
Matrix sick.
Matrix sick. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here,
Wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here.
Forever reigns.
The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes singing till the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello everyone. This is a spontaneous live stream. I'm still not feeling myself, and I don't mean in a naughty way. I just mean in the way of I'm not 100% yet, but I'm recovering. Kind of hurts to laugh a certain way, but it's all right. It's all right. I hope everyone is doing well. And I might watch something boring and fall asleep during my live stream. I might end up doing that. So I don't know if that bothers anyone, but it may not. I'm having some, for the past couple days, back pain. And I've been trying different things, icing it, heating pad, muscle relaxant, stretching. So I'm not sure what's wrong, but whatever's wrong, maybe one of these big schnoz, big honkers, big noses, put their nose in the small of my lower back. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened, but I have been in pain, and even laughing, a certain laugh kind of goes right through my back. It's weird. The laughter is coming out of my chest, but it hurts in my lower back for some reason. So I can't even laugh at the beginning the way I usually do. The mad laughter at the intro. And just getting up out of a seat, walking even hurts for some reason. But that's the way it is. So it sucks, but I'm still in good spirits. I tend not to let shit get me down for too long. I'm not a cry victim type. I'm more of a heal and move on. So hopefully I'll be able to heal quickly at some point. Sorry, I'm looking for something. Just trying to wipe off the the blade of this knife. It has some knife oil on it. And I was fidgeting with this a little bit as I was doing the intro music. It's a frame lock knife, artisan cutlery. I'm trying to remember. I think this handle is made out of titanium. I don't think it's aluminum. I think that's titanium. It's a very strong little folding knife with a modified cleaver blade. It's a cool little knife. I think I've taken a picture of this one or shown it to some people. But I've been playing around with this and some other knives. This is a flipper knife. It has a little flipper tab on it. So you can flip it open that way. And it has a cool little shape that kind of reminds me of a miniature sword. And I was always playing around as a kid with weapons or makeshift weapons, swords, spears. One Christmas, my mom gave me a cowboy set with the belt and the holsters and the pistols. Toy guns, of course, they weren't real ones. Cowboy hat. I was riding around through the house on a big wheel and pretending to shoot at my sisters with the 6-shooter revolvers that I had, wearing a cowboy hat. And the cowboy hat didn't last too long. It's kind of a straw cowboy hat or something like that, I remember. It's a long time ago. But I was playing around and I was full of energy as a little boy. I would pretend to be a cowboy and pretend to be Evil Knievel. Evil Knievel. Hello, Anthony. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you both for the well wishes. So I would pretend to shoot at my sisters. Another Christmas, I remember I got boxing gloves. It's one of my gifts. I got a set, 2 pairs. So my younger sister put the gloves on and was pretending to box with me. But she was like my shadow. She always followed me around. She wanted to do everything I was doing. She always wanted to do what I was doing all the time. Thank you, Butterfly. I was a protective older brother, big brother. I was the middle child, so I had an older sister and a younger sister. And my family's all gone. They're all dead. I'm the only I'm the only one alive, if you can believe it. I'm still alive. There's a oh man, I just had a shooting back pain. Sorry about that. There's a Pearl Jam song with that. I'm still alive. I don't know the lyrics to it, but I don't know if you remember that song. Does anyone remember that one? I am though. I'm still alive. I've outlived everyone. I'm old. I'm 88 years young now. This was me as a little boy on a tree swing, a little rope swing with a flat board on it. That I think it was either my grandpa that made that. I don't think it was my dad that made it. I think it was probably my mom's father or an uncle. Might have been an uncle. One of my uncles might have built that for us. And I was happy because a friend of the family, one of my mom's friends, came to visit, and she just had a new camera and she took pictures. That was me. That's me. She took pictures of me and my sisters. I'm not going to show those, but that was me in the summertime at my grandparents' cottage. I'm trying to remember. I must have been Maybe I was going into first grade. I'm just guessing, but I was young, probably at the end of kindergarten or something. I think maybe I was kindergarten age there, but I was pretty small, pretty young. This must have been before kindergarten. I think this might have been the summer before I started kindergarten. This picture that's coming up. This is me in a little backyard kid pool, and I wrote a poem over it years ago. So to YouTube, I'm allowed to show pictures of myself. These are me, people. These are me. YouTube might restrict my. These are just pictures. They're not live guests. YouTube, but that's me. It's me playing with some toys in a little kids pool by myself, daydreaming. As I still love to do that. So the demons are going away. Half the audience left is showing. Good. Go away, demons. I don't need you looking at me. Stay away. Those are some pictures of me. I don't know how many others I have. There's another one of me in the pool, the little kids' pool. I have others somewhere. This is me waving. There's hundreds of acres of farmland behind our house. There's the garden. You can see the backyard garden. And those trees grew massive in my lifetime. They were planted a little bit before then, maybe the year or two before that picture. But my parents bought some land and built a house. And behind our house was a farm with just usually a cornfield, but there were other things once in a while planted there, field in the field. And then of course in the wintertime when it'd be frozen, you could snowmobile through there because there were no crops, just snow and ice. And I had a lot of room to roam and run, and because it was just back behind there were forests that we would go into and explore as kids. We'd build BMX tracks and things like that. It's a vegetable garden right behind where I was. It's probably 40 to 50 feet long of vegetable garden that we had. There's another picture of me somewhere. Uh, at an even younger age, eating a carrot right out of the garden. We grew these giant carrots, and somebody said, "How did you grow carrots like that?" And I was fibbing to someone one time, and I said, "Oh, I grew up right outside of Chernobyl, and the nuclear accident made the carrots grow like that." I don't want to laugh because it hurts me, but I I tell fibs sometimes just to test people or just to be silly and funny. I didn't grow up in Ukraine outside of Chernobyl. Those are not Chernobyl carrots, but someone on Facebook years ago believed that. People are so gullible. Humans will just believe anything in this realm. It's easy to it's easy to fool them and wind them up because humans are, I don't want to say they're idiots, but they don't usually think. People don't think. They don't like thinking. It hurts their brain, I think, to try to think. I've heard humans say that it hurts their brain to attempt to think. And for me, it's the opposite. It feels good to think. It feels good to have ideas to create. So I always knew I was different because most people, it hurts them. They feel physical pain trying to use their brain or their mind. Anyway, it's remarkable how different we are in this realm, and how many humans believe we're all the same species. It's so laughable to me. You might as well point out a rhino and a little black ant or a red ant or something and say they're the same thing. course, they're not the same thing. And I'm not the same thing as these evil demons that can't think their way out of a wet paper bag. If I handed them this sharp knife, they wouldn't be able to do it. They are what they are. And they're very gullible and stupid and paranoid and evil. And they don't have a sense of humor. And they are what they are. They'll never be what I am or like me, ever. And that bothers some of them. They hate me for that. Anyway, yes, my family's all dead. He appears to be connected to agents of the Matrix. So this guy's now. I said, why don't they call out Sedaris? He hangs out with Dubay, and they call me an agent. Now they took my suggestion. They're making a video on Christopher Sedaris. But the real people, Jeremy, no one's watching your channel. That's the problem. No one's watching you anymore because you really humiliated yourself when you came on my channel live. You look like a fool. Yes, I did see that interview. I mentioned it. I exposed him in 2025, long before he made this video, over a year ago.
Simulated reality. I wanted to ask you also, because to me, from my perspective, people like you are very, very, very rare in this realm. People like you actually don't get enough credit for what you've done in this reality. I believe that exposing the lies of Earth to humanity is a very, very big deal in waking up consciousness.
This was one of the.
So it wasn't long ago that this Jeremy guy, the Real People channel, was praising Christopher Sedaris months ago on my channel, saying he likes that channel. He thinks Sedaris is funny. He was complimenting him. Now he's calling him an agent. Wow, this is interesting. He's turning on Chrissy Pissy Sedaris. Interesting.
Guys who got me started looking into this subject and taking it seriously. But now,
which of these people do I trust? Jake, Chrissy Pissy, Jeremy, Eric Duguay? None of them. None of them. I don't trust any of them. They're all weird. They're all weirdos. They're all liars. They all want attention. They're all narcissistic. They're all creepy. I don't trust any of them.
Yeah, and I haven't for a long time. I don't respect him as a content creator because I think he's a total shill, and I don't even think he's in control of his fucking channel. So I don't look at him or his channel or his content anywhere near the same as I used to when I first got into this subject. So anyway, here we go over to his channel. He's got what, 240,000 subscribers. Non-globe earthers, such as myself, say that the AE map with a circling sun is impossible.
I think this Jeremy guy's in love with Jake the fake Jake. I think he's in love with the guy that wears the Mad Hatter hat, which is part of mind control, by the way. The Alice in Wonderland program they used with MK Ultra. Jake's hat is part of mind control. Did you know that? Alice in Wonderland has been used for decades with mind control. The cartoon. With the Mad Hatter. And that's the hat that Jake wears. It's almost exactly like that. See that? See that creepy creature with the big nose? The big honker and the beady little eyes? This is Jeremy's hero, the Real People channel's hero right on the screen. This creepy grifter, Jake, the fake. Fake Jake is Jeremy's hero with the mind control Mad Hatter hat on. This is Jeremy's hero. He praises this creature.
I don't look at him or his channel or his content anywhere near the same as I used to when I first got into this subject. So anyway, here we go over to his channel. He's got what, 240,000 subscribers. Non-globe earthers, such as myself, say that the AE map with a circling sun is impossible.
He has a salesman voice just like Jeremy. Very similar voice to Jeremy, salesman voice. This is little Jake. This is just a screenshot from one of the videos. So he might be a Smurf. Look at there's Smurfette by Jake. Look, I'm trying not to laugh because it's gonna fucking hurt my back. Look at this thing. Oh my goodness. Look at this little pissant. He's a little Smurf. Jake is a little Smurf. Tiny pissant Jake the fake. That guy looks like a giant compared to Jake. Look at that. And the microphone's bigger than Jake is. The mic that the guy's holding is bigger than Jake. Jesus Christ. What a little pissant. What a little Smurf. And this is Jeremy's hero. I'm going to show some more pictures here while I'm at it. Let's go through some of my memes that I made, by the way. I made these memes. I made this. Jake the fake. Look at the cry baby. Aww. Oh, his face is all wet. Oh my goodness. There's a little cry baby. I even put a cry baby for the logo on the top of his Mad Hatter hat. Oh, he's crying. Jake, what's wrong? Why are you crying so much? What are you crying for? Jake, you're such a little crybaby bitch, aren't you? Again, this is Jeremy's hero because he likes to hype up this guy and say, oh, Jake exposed so many people. And he was a fanboy of Jake the fake. Truther. Look at the Sanpaku eyes. So Jeremy denies that there is such a thing as Sanpaku eyes. He's got the messed up teeth, the beaver teeth, big chiclets there, and the Sanpaku eyes. Truther. Looks like a psycho. He looks like an absolute weirdo. He's a weirdo. And you're free to follow this idiot if you want to. People are free to follow the dumbest cockroaches and demons and grifters and shills that you could find in this realm if you want to. It's up to you. Go for it. I'm not stopping anybody. That's for sure. I've worked way too long to show people the truth, and most in this realm are too bloody fucking stupid. They're too dumb. Too dumb. So be it. Get recycled with this bitch. Follow the cockroaches and end up where they end up with the cockroaches forever. Fake Jake, the cockroach, cucaracha, with the screwed up eyes. And here he is, a troll under a bridge. You got to pay the toll. And he's got a bag of gold and coins beside him. Who made this spectacular meme of this little creature as a troll? I did. I did. Who thought it up? I did. Demons don't like that. They never want to give me credit for anything that I do. So be it. Go fuck yourselves.
Because it is provably wrong. So therefore, Ushuaia cannot possibly get 17 plus hours of sunlight with a singular circling sun.
To begin with, extended hours of daylight in the southern latitudes during December is exactly as expected with the flat Earth model.
That is not only incorrect, but it is a bold-faced lie. Eric is well aware that during the entire month of December, for anyone below the Tropic of Capricorn, they will see the sun rise from the southeast and set to the southwest, which is the opposite direction of his supposed circling sun.
Globe defenders often concede this point, but insist that a local revolving spotlight sun, making its fastest outermost circle, should still not be able to illuminate such a southern location for so long, arguing that in order to follow the annual lighting pattern displayed by timeanddate.com, the actual shape of the area illuminated would have to change throughout the year, increasing as the sun moves southwards.
Not only that, but the sun would have to be equipped with a shape-shifting lampshade in order to get all the number of daylight hours in these specific areas correct, with one circling sun.
This too, however, is accounted for in the Vedic flat Earth model, which claims that the sun during its annual spiral journey from tropic to tropic steadily increases altitude and speed for 6 months until reaching its southern peak during the winter solstice, then steadily decreases altitude and speed for the next 6 months until reaching its northern trough during the summer solstice. Modern sextant experiments are needed to confirm or deny this claim.
Yet again, that is incorrect, and it is also a blatant lie. Anyone can go to timeanddate.com or suncalc.net and see where the sun is, but he chose not to because he knows his subscribers repeat this. Now, Eric could have easily performed this experiment himself or had his subscribers repeat this experiment, but he chose not to because he knows that the results of the experiment debunk all his claims about a circling sun over the flat Earth.
Also, by placing a glass dome paperweight over a standard flat Earth map, then shining a small flashlight onto it at varying heights, the actual shape of the illumination pattern shifts and changes in precisely the way shown by the annual timeanddate.com graphic display. When the flashlight shines over the northern inner portion of the map, the illuminated area takes on a standard spotlight shape. But as the flashlight moves outwards, shining over the southern portion of the map, the illuminated area becomes increasingly crescent-shaped, allowing for much longer periods of daylight during this time. Therefore, if our Earth plane is actually covered by a crystalline, translucent dome firmament, as claimed by many ancient cultures, then this lumination cycle is certainly possible, and makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but the problem is I already debunked this video back in January of 2018. Yeah, it seems AE Map with Solid Glass Dome was a video clip that Globebusters originally used. So now Eric is stealing Globebusters' old disinformation and representing it to people in 2022, hoping no one will notice. Hey dipshit, did you forget I already debunked you? All I have to do is go back to 2018, dust off my old video, and I will debunk you again. So Eric goes on to show an image of a flat Earth with a dome over the top, and then he compares it to a solid glass paperweight, as if they're the same thing.
In my opinion, to do that to people.
I don't know. Sorry, I had myself muted. I don't know why this dipshit, the real people, Jeremy, just puts text on the screen. Why doesn't he just say it? It is proven that Eric is a liar. Does Chris point this out to Eric or continue to kiss his scrawny little shill ass? Oh, wow. He's getting aggressive here.
You're one of the main people in reality, in my opinion, to do that to people. So I commend you for that. I think you're a very special person in this realm. But that also makes me question, because I am not on that level.
An inferior demigod or something. And the idea,
He's starstruck. Look at him. Look at, and I made fun of this long ago, months and months ago. A year ago, I think. He's starstruck by this creepy Erica Duguay with the pillow behind his head. Look at this. His head so much above the couch. Look at this. Is so weird. Fucking weird. Look at the neck, giraffe neck.
Demigod or something. And the idea,
Fanboy Chrissy. Fanboy.
The idea of the Loosh farm was that he
On that level.
an inferior demigod or something. And the idea, the idea of the Loosh farm was that he was creating an energy harvesting place.
So let me switch it up, actually. Are you affected by the Mandela effect?
No,
None. You don't have any Mandela effects.
no.
Oh my goodness, you're from this reality? Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that. That is super unfortunate. Man, I gotta tell you,
No.
none. You don't have any Mandela effects.
No.
Oh my goodness, you're from this reality? Oh my God, I'm sorry. But anyway, okay, so that's a redundant question. So I'm curious, do you think this is probably the most important question I have for you? Well, probably the next one. But do you think that what you do is actually making a difference here?
I mean, yes and no. I've had this conversation before. I usually end up with a yes and no type answer. So the yes is that, I mean, tens of millions of people, maybe we're into hundreds of millions now, I think, have woken up to the reality of flat Earth in just the past 10 years. And I mean, to me, that's a huge accomplishment from when I was just sitting on my bed reading a bunch of old 1800s flat Earth books.
Oh, wow. It's only one piece of the puzzle. Directly what I say, word for word. Wow. It's only one piece of the puzzle. Oh, my goodness.
Hello, and welcome back to Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. I'm your host, Patricia Steer, as always, bringing you people like Mr. Moot. Hi! You know who I am. My name is Sasha, and I just wanted to talk about the Flat Earth and drinky. I'm a wino.
The entire conspiracy, as Hitler knew, is Jewish in origin. That's where it comes from. And that's why Hitler is the most demonized person in history. Because when you go up against the greatest liars in history and you lose, you're going to become the most lied about man in history. And that's what's happened to Hitler.
Start my day off at the park grounds here.
This is a brain reset. It's a brain reset. It's a factory brain reset.
I have noticed a lot more muscle definition, so if you check that out, woo!
Eddie Bravo, who was a friend of Joe Rogan, mentioned you and said you should talk to him, to Eric Dubay. Am I not remembering that correctly? Because I clearly remember him saying that, but then I don't remember you guys ever talking. But I do remember Eddie Bravo saying, you just ask Eric, man, ask Eric. He'll tell you about it, dude. And I was like, oh, this is going to be good. Eric's going to get on on Joe Rogan. And this is going to be amazing. Am I remembering that wrong?
No, that was not a Mandela effect. That actually happened. And
Okay.
yeah, no, he even talked about it on his show. He scheduled it with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it was a go. So yeah, I mean, it was ready to go. And then a couple of weeks before it was ready to happen, he had Neil on again, and I'm tuning in watching. And then he's saying about how actually before that he had Mick West on, and that's when he got the message back from me saying that, like, oh, he's agreed to do it. So there was another time when they were on, and he'd mentioned that it was on there and it was on the website. And then yeah, he had Neil deGrasse Tyson back on, and Neil goes, oh no, I'm not doing that. No, I don't debate with those guys. And it was news to me. And then I got word from Eddie shortly after. He's like, oh no, he's not doing it. And then I tried to get him to do just me, like if Neil didn't want to do it, could just have me on the show. And it was non-communicado after that.
I think that Joe brought in Neil deGrasse Tyson, as a matter of fact, as a tactic to avoid you. That way the blame's not on him. Oh, it was Neil deGrasse Tyson that turned you down, not me. Well, I never asked to debate him. You threw that in. You threw that in. So I just want to say, I think everybody with eyes to see and logic in their mind sees exactly what happened there.
I think you're right about the Joe Rogan thing, because after all that happened, after Neil came on and said, "Oh, I don't debate flat earthers," yet Joe never wanted to have me on, nor did he entertain Eddie's flat Earth theories ever after that. He was always having Eddie on, and they had multiple episodes where they were going on about it. After that, I don't think he's had Eddie on as just a guest by himself since. And he's only been on his MMA companion videos. They have a bunch of guys there watching the UFC together. That's all you see of Eddie. So it seems, the same time that he was entertaining me and Eddie, he kind of canceled Eddie and me at the same time. You know what I mean? So I do feel like, for whatever reason, Joe just had enough of that, whether it was because of outside influences telling him or just something inside him. Just decided, no, I'm not going there anymore.
What are you doing? You can't assault people.
I don't like movies. Most movies suck.
You don't think the moon landing is real?
No, I don't. No. Do you?
Yeah.
Why do you think the moon landing is real? Why don't you tell me why?
I saw it on television.
Oh, you're a genius. Oh, beep that. Hit
Okay,
that.
we'll bleep it. We'll bleep it. No, it's okay. We got
That's genius. You saw it on TV? That's awesome. I'm going to show you some CGI. I'm going to show you King Kong. I saw that on TV, too. If you look at the videos, it looks ridiculous and dumb. You know why? Because in 1969, nobody anticipated that we were going to have VCRs and the internet. We were going to be able to watch that. Absolutely. I don't know enough about astrophysics, about space travel, about the science that's, the work that's been done, about how to get a rocket to the moon and back. I used to be a moon landing denier. I used to believe totally that we never went to the moon.
I ain't got no points.
Eddie's got some great points.
No.
No, Eddie.
Big
Eddie,
UFC this
you
weekend,
are
brother.
the ambassador of the Flat Earth Society.
No, he's not. Eddie barely, listen, Eddie doesn't believe more than he believes.
Listen,
so if someone,
I'm not putting him down.
But if flat Earth became a universal truth, he would fucking start believing the Earth is round.
I'm just looking at that triangle. I'm fucking Masonic, bro. Eddie Bravo's Masonic. I'm gonna start doing that too. I'm gonna start doing this. Can you get a shot of this? If you ever see this in when you're editing, send me a picture of this one. I'm gonna start freaking people out. Got it. And then this one. I'm gonna start doing. This is what they do, dude. This is what they do. Okay. That's it. Right. I'm fucking. I want an Illuminati. I'm tired of trying to fucking wake people up. I'm tired of that shit. I'm like, let me in. I want to fucking fool these motherfuckers.
I made a video a few years ago. It's probably gone now, but I had said, don't be quick to judge Joe. I said, because you don't know what happened. And even though, the truth seeker of me, the righteous avenger that's here to save the world, is like, no, he should have had Eric. It's all about the truth. I don't know what happened to him or to Eddie. And I don't know what could happen to me to sway me off the truth. But I'm assuming because he's very big and important, some conversation or something must have happened. And I'm not quick to judge because, again, I don't know what happened. If it really was just Joe couldn't take it and he was sick of the flat earth comments, you said, oh, hell with it, I don't want to talk about it. That's possible. But I really believe something else happened because, like you said, they were willing to have the banter before, but not so much after. And it wasn't bothering him up to that point. So I find that interesting. But I don't know what happened. I don't know if for all I know, some suit showed up and turned into a lizard and said, we're going to eat your family if you don't shut your mouth about flat earth. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I do know there's a lot of lies and deception and mystery. Do you think that this is a them problem or an us problem?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, is there really an us and them? There are these secret societies and all these entities that you can point to, but who's in them? Us. This world seems to have been kind of controlled by psychopathic people, megalomaniacal, people that want world control.
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objects. And I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends. I think they're all insane.
I truly appreciate you coming on and talking to me, dude. You didn't have to do this. I'm a smaller channel.
What would you like to do? What's kind of on your plan for today?
So what did you discuss with Howdy Mikowski? He's interesting. I like the subjects he covers. So I'm curious what he covered with you and what were your thoughts about it.
Yeah, so originally I had found Howdy on his first book, Exposing the World's Fairs, and he was on the Crow podcast. And I've had Crow on as well. Crow's awesome. And
Yo, Eddie Bravo Radio is back for one episode, maybe two, maybe three.
So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing, we got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government?
My hat's off to you, not just for being who you are, but also for having the open mind and the mental fortitude to also deal with the truth. And what you've done to wake, I really think you sell yourself short, dude. You're one of like the key people in this realm, like the whole reality to wake up consciousness. You really, if you've reached 1 million people, that branches, man. That's not just 1 million, that's 1 billion and then 2 billion. I mean, it branches so quickly. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you do. I think you're an amazing human being, and thank you for this conversation, brother. I appreciate it.
Hi. If the core messages of Gnosticism and Catharism are true, and the Egyptian and Tibetan books of the dead are correct, then we are all living within a reincarnation soul trap matrix
Is the world a good place or a bad place? Is it full of good people or bad people? Is it here to help you or to hinder you? In my experience, the most important questions we can ask ourselves are exactly these. Is the world a good place full of good, helpful people, or is it a bad place full of bad people trying to restrict you? Because if you believe the world is a bad place, then that is what you will see. If you believe it's a good world, then you will bring that into your experience. We create our experience every day by what we believe.
You know, the way I look at life is this is just really, it's just a big, you know, I know a lot of people call it a prison. Maybe it's just a reform school, but I see it more as a school. You know, we're here to learn and everything.
So now Jeremy's just copying what I do, calling him Campbell, which I did years ago. I exposed this creature. Campbell reported my channel for copyright as I was exposing him. And I got a strike on one of my channels due to that creature. And the tongue flick that he just showed, Jeremy used to mock the tongue flicks and now he's showing them. Mocked me for doing it, now he's pointing it out.
Bad place, then that is what you will see. If you believe it's a good world, then you will bring that into your experience. We create our experience every day by what we believe.
You know, the way I look at life is this is just really, it's just a big, you know, I know a lot of people call it a prison. Maybe it's just a reform school, but I see.
Why would you show the tongue flick? Why, Jeremy? You said everyone does that.
It more as a school. You know, we're here to learn and everything's perspective. So it can be a prison if you believe that, for sure.
And your expression, shills of a feather flock together. I've been saying that for years. You got that from me. And I also use demons of a feather flock together. You're just another copycat thief, Jeremy. You're not original. You're just another thief.
You know, we know some people turn it into hell, but we also know some people turn it into heaven. So it is intention, and we do get to build what we want. But ultimately, I think we're here to learn lessons and to evolve. You know,
I don't know why I'm here, but if I had to guess, I would say it was to grow and learn. If I had to guess, to grow and learn, to grow and learn.
I mean, he's definitely a truther. You know, you definitely call him a truther. He's out there with all this, getting the info out, and he must have over 1 million people on different platforms. You know, and the thing about Trump is, yeah, he's just got so many people on board, and you know, he's created all, you know, groups. You know, everyone's sort of like, yes, you're like us. Yes, we've all got the same kind of future we want to get. You know, we're all trying to do the same thing. You know, so say what you want about anyone, really. You know, Trump included, but for me, that's just judgment. Yeah. No one knows. Everyone's running around saying either Trump's, you know, amazing, he's going to save the world, or he's a shill and he's just part of the thing. No one knows. You know, we have this new concept that's come out. Everyone's talking about receipts, right? Where are your receipts?
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. My name's Campbell. This is Spiral Up, and we're back with another chat with Howdy.
Hey, Campbell. I notice I'm doing this a lot more.
Ah.
It's like, isn't this what like 60-year-old professors do? When they're sitting at the front of their lecture room and they're thinking?
Because you're thinking a lot more.
Oh, now he's pointing out the hypnosis. Wow. Which I did years ago. You're years late, Jeremy. I pointed this out long ago, years ago.
But we are just the video game, right? At the end of the day, we are subjected to these fucking
Jeremy, I thought you said you really like his channel, or you love his channel, and you love his humor. This channel, Sedaris, was one of the channels you mentioned that you like when you came on my show live. You were defending this creature. You were defending him. Look at him. You were a fanboy of him a year ago or less.
And what they want, and blah blah blah. It's just a joke anymore. This reality is a piece of shit simulation being played by gamers that in an advanced civilization or demonic parasitic gods that feed off human suffering. They don't care that there's a starving kid standing in a line waiting for food getting hit by stray bullets. They don't. I'm comfortable. You know, all this reality does is torment human souls. And when I see other humans,
no tears, fake crying, another actor on the world stage. What a fake.
I don't see messed up people, or I see souls trapped in bodies that are being tormented. And that's any body. That's a white body, an Asian body, a black body. I see souls in bodies being tormented. You know, this is all this reality does to you. I mean, think about it. It's literally like a video game that your soul got plugged into, if there even is such a thing as a soul, that just fucks with you. That's it. The way that I would describe it is we were put into a predicament that's literally like the equivalent of like a god tormenting you with complete power. And that's you're just being fucked with, and you have no say so about it. That's all ego. It's all ego. That's the only thing keeping me on YouTube still is ego.
We're under the rule of a psychotic god, which would be even more terrifying, I would think, than finding out you're a meaningless NPC in some fucking simulation sitting on somebody's computer desk.
I figured I'd wear my gangster OG fucking beanie to this one. Shout out to Chad over there at Open Your Reality. You ain't the only one wearing South Pole, boy. I'm just kidding. I like Chad. He's cool. Anyways, man, could you imagine how handsome I'd be if I had that motherfucker's eyes, bro? Give me Chad's eyes and I'll be God's gift to woman. And a giant pecker. That would be great. But anyways, what I want to talk about on this one.
You, but I'm not human. I am a living nut.
He calls him Mark Devil in the way I do, spelling his name that way. I came up with that on my show. So many copycats in this fucking realm.
You, but I'm not human. I am a living nightmare.
I don't know how he's to be trusted. He's one of your favorite YouTubers less than a year ago. You seem to trust him. You were applauding him and praising him on my show. I was calling you a fanboy of Christopher Sedaris. I'm surprised you made this video. Surprised. I thought you were a big fan of his, Jeremy. I thought Jeremy was a big fan of his. What happened? You're not a fan anymore? Jeremy? Jeremy?
I'm not gonna block you, and please, mods, do not block the trolls. It's just more evidence. This is actual criminal activity if they have anything to do with that other person. Oh my gosh. Oh no. This is this is Matthew David Whiter himself coming into my chat room. And this is where he has been going on trying to slander the names of other people. Oh my gosh, I guess I'm now considered CGI. I just talked about that, and then he's actually in the chat room right now. I shouldn't shed a single tear for these monsters, but I've been dealing with this shit for fucking 3 years now. And I don't know how much more I can take it. I have a police report. If he's live streaming my live right now, okay, how many times do I have to show that there's a police report? Back in 2025. And then I have another one that was done this year. But that's what we're dealing with, guys. Even the police are terrorizing civilians because we know that a lot of the police are actually Freemasons. And I'm having dogs. I don't even feel comfortable showing my face anymore. And I know, but I do question sometimes like these anonymous accounts and who these people are and why they're asking these questions, but they'll never answer any questions that I pretty much ever have. But I'm looking at your post now. Here you go. Here we are. So, oh gosh, I didn't want to show my face. I look like, you know, a mess. I don't even feel comfortable showing my face anymore. And I know some of you, it's like whenever you turn on the camera, it always is the facing forward camera, and I always have to remember that. One time I did that and I was like, oh, I didn't want to share my face, and they were all making fun of me like, oh yeah, jump scare seeing your face. No, it's just that, look, I don't want every little pixelated, you know, view of my form in any shape or form, like my face, you know, the video paused on like a really weird, you know, everybody, whenever you record a video of somebody, oh, their mouth is going to be open, or their tongue might be out, or they might lick their lips or whatever. People are human beings, and they're being treated as if they should be exterminated and called cockroaches. So I see your post here. Again, I'm sorry I'm all explaining this, but I've turned back on the camera. Battle, you posted this. How are these comments allowed to be said about people here? He definitely blocked you, Battle, because I never saw any of your comments on his channel. But yet he stalks my lives. And then he records everything. I have 41 people in the chat. That's quite insane, isn't it? Now 27. Can you see? I don't know why it seems kind of blurry, doesn't it? That's why I tried to wipe off my camera. Hey, Bella. Hi, Bella. Hi, Bella. Hey. Hi, sweetie. I don't want to show you because I think these people are cursing us. I know these people are cursing you, but don't let it bug you because their delusions hold no power here. No, their delusions hold no power here. Yeah. I love you, Bella. And if you do curse anyone, if you actually curse somebody and that resulted in their animal dying, you are absolutely headed for the hellfires. Absolutely. You don't repent. God doesn't put you there. You put yourself there. And I am actually going to pray. That's what Ashes was telling me. She's like, pray, pray, pray. And she sent me a Sufi prayer. It's on my community post. It's on my community post, so I left it permanent. It's not temporary, so if you guys want to do that prayer, pray up. Keep the faith, because there is a bigger plan that God has for all of this. It was a while. You're here now. That's good. It was a while. Oh, shoot. You couldn't hear me for a while. Oh, my goodness. Oh, well. It is what it is. But, so you can delete this. It's just this one post, right, Battle? Just this one? Oh, there is actually multiple screenshots. Just two. Okay. So, once I share this, definitely go in there and you can delete it. Okay, yeah. Calling me a liar. The typical Kai will... That's what he says to everyone. You will pay for your spiritual crime, psycho demon. I won't forget. I won't forgive. You want to know what love is about? You want to know what love entails? It entails forgiveness. It entails compassion. Wow, there's some weird people in my chat. Wow. Okay, yeah, I do see what you mean, Battle. He is doing sexual harassment again of me. I have him actually, there's a short that I have, and I have it, I think, privated. I'm not sure if I have it still up, but it was definitely talking about my own genitals, and I'm not the first person that he's done this to. Wow. Spread your legs open wide. Shave your head again. Put on a blonde wig. I have this wig actually right here, right now. Oh, that picture that I took where I was just wearing tights and a dress and I had ballet shoes on that you can't see anything. You're the one that tries to sexualize everything and make it creepy. Is that a perverted nun outfit? No. I was wearing a really cool black dress that I still have. Anyway, you can delete this now. Thank you so much, Battle. That was absolutely incredible. I'm glad he hasn't done that to you and said those things, but you definitely can delete that post now. I almost want to get that wig and put it on, just for laughs, just to make people laugh, but they'll use that in whatever, because they don't have any sense of humor. I have humor, but there's a point where it's way below the belt and it's really evil what these people are doing. It's crazy the stuff he was saying. Twisted said, I don't know if praying works. This place is so screwed up. I question if God is really there. I know, I was too, because I've been praying I've been trying to pray at least 3 times a day, and still this old quotes. We hear a lot of Bible quotes and stuff, and I just think it's interesting to like give another perspective of the Quran. You know, like, well, this is what it says in the Quran. You know, what something that you think is bad for you might end up being good, and something that you wanted and that would be good might be bad for you. And I think even though this feels like it's a really bad situation, then you just never like, when did you transition? Or they're like, I don't know anything about this stuff, and it's like, I told them, but I don't want these people to use it against me. But absolutely, it's not really a choice. Like, it wasn't at the time. And I've always liked to play around with gender and wear, you know, dresses or dress up, and men do that. So like, why can't trans men do that? There's women, I don't use the word cis, I don't use these terminologies, but there are women who like to do drag and like to really dress up in like a over-expressive character, and people give them shit. It's like, no, the drag culture only belongs to, I guess, gay men and bordering trans women or people that like to do that. And it's like, no, you can infiltrate women's spaces, you can do all of this, you can I don't know what they're doing. They're having relationships in prisons with these trans women that get into, and I almost said grape, but I can't say if they're actually raping these women or abusing these women. But we have trans identified men, trans women being put into female spaces in prisons, and the women are ending up pregnant. This is why we need sex, you know, designated spaces for things like this. But a woman, a cis quote-unquote woman, can't dress up in drag and have fun. There's a channel, I'll have to share her channel, but all the hate comments she got were just absolutely just policing her. And it's like, oh, you can police what a woman is. Like Parrish was saying, you're not a woman, you're a misogynist, when I'm actually, yeah, like, I'm physically, biologically. And Steven recorded that over and over, saying I'm a little girl, when I was a little girl, and I was showing my little unicorn glass crystal square thing that I found at the thrift store. I mean, why was he recording that? Just to show, like, oh, I'm trans? So I'm very, like, wary of this, but I'm very open about it. Like, I'm very open about who I am as a trans person. And I'm giving a very long explanation of the question that you asked, but I don't think it's a choice for people. I don't want to be rude to people, but you're not going to police my language on what I have experienced myself and what I see are the problems. You know, I'll just say I transitioned when I was very young, so the majority of my life I have been living this way. And when I grew up and I got older and I realized more of the agendas at play and why people called it a trans agenda, and I looked into what radical feminists were saying and what other people, there's men out there, there's a dad, I forgot his name, but he goes out and he protests and stands on the street saying, let's stop medicalizing and sterilizing children and transitioning children. And I just woke up to that when I got older. And so if I sound like I'm transphobic or I'm speaking out against it, no, not at all. I don't agree with everything and I don't fully support everything Buck Angel does, but people, like some of the things he's saying, people like that, trans people who are awake and are trying to educate people, you know, that's the same thing. Like, I've come to that maturity to understand that what was done to me was also, to some extent, a specific agenda for certain corporations and people to make money off of this. But I genuinely do know for a fact that there are trans people out there who have gender dysphoria and do find comfort, and as I did, find comfort. Like, can you imagine, would I go to all these lengths? Would I save up all this money for over 2 years? I didn't have like a really stable job, but would I save up all this money when I was 18? Or actually I was 21 when I had my surgery, which I could have got, you know, I could have ended up getting breast cancer and had my breast removed anyway. And with this amount of stress, and I talked about how cancer cells they come about and mutate because of stress and the lack of ability to feel any control in life. But yeah, like either way, I did that when I was 21 and I paid for it out of pocket. And then I had Diane Bandicoot, Diane Antinatalist, on here telling everybody that I'm a government leech, just like she did to Sooks, or whatever, how her name is, Antinatalist Cougar. She did that to her, and she said that she was a government leech, that she should off herself. Diane did all of this, but she also told everybody that I was trans, and that I had the government, that I had all of the taxpayers paying for my surgery. No, you slanderous, lying, wanting to schmurder me, evil woman, if I can even call you that. No, I didn't have any government help with my surgery. I didn't have any insurance pay for that surgery. They do it now, but I went to like the top surgeon. I wanted the top surgeon. He did Buck Angel's surgery, and I paid top dollar for this out of pocket from myself, working hard for 2 years to get this surgery. Now, do you think that I would do that because I just felt like doing it for fun? I did realize as I got older, and I realized the sexual abuse that I went through and how I was all the stuff I went through. Yeah, did I come to terms that a part of me probably wanting to get rid of breasts and not being sexualized as a woman, did something psychologically have to do with that, me wanting to remove my breasts? Absolutely. And for these people to stalk and humiliate and degrade me for that, for being trans, and calling me a mutilated lab rat, and a rat for a big pharma. It's just, isn't that beautiful that these people would mock and harass a sexual abuse survivor? And that's what the Salty Siren said. She got so livid. I could feel the energy behind that comment. She was like, I never said you should be SA'd. It's like, no, you don't listen. You don't even listen to me. You don't even listen to other women. You don't even listen to other sexual abuse survivors. I don't even know if Salty Siren is a woman. I don't even know if that's a real person. I am highly questionable about any of these accounts that never post really any content. They never show their face. They never panel up. They never go on camera. They all could be Steven for all we know. And of course he's going to twist that, and he's going to be like, yo, you're just paranoid. I don't give a fuck. People were saying that in the chat, and that's why I deeply wanted to read the chat. Hopefully there's no bugs. Hopefully there's no issues, and everyone can replay the chat to see what everybody said, because I really wanted to see what you all said. The same thing with when Joshua and London were saying things in my other live streams. I wanted to hear and see what you guys had to say. Twisted said, oh, I read that. Risen said, good evening, Kai, everyone. It's very glorious things knowing there is such... Oh, Grievous. I'm sorry. You said Grievous. I'm going to calm down. I'm talking really fast, and I'm just very, like, all of this is... Good evening, Kai, everyone. This is Alex here, and I took down my video. I love you, Alex. I know that deep down I think you mean well, and I know that you're hurting, and I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And I do know what you're saying when it comes to your relative. And I just say, please, like, let's just not demonize people. There are people that demonize others and say that, you know, we are like inhabited by demons or some kind of crap, and that's why we become trans. And same thing with gay people. We're demonizing people for just being themselves the way that apparently God made them, because if God is all-knowing, God knew what was going to happen in the past and the future and knows all. God already knew what we were all going to do, and God is all merciful and all forgiving. I know I struggle with the thoughts that there is any God, and I'm not using God to say I'm higher and mighty, but I know that I definitely, like, these people try to make you lose all hope and faith in anything. And I do understand what you're saying, Risen. I do understand. Like, I know where your heart's coming from, and that's why I came on here to just tell people, like, these young trans people, don't try to groom people into getting themselves to get into doing this to themselves. I say, as somebody, I don't want to say my particular age, but as somebody who has gone through all of this, I would say I would highly advise no one to do this if they can help it. I would advise therapy, but a lot of therapy places are very quote unquote woke, and they're gonna just constantly affirm, and they're never gonna question anybody. And there are detransitioners. That's another thing that woke me up. I was like, wow, there's a lot of detransitioners, and realizing that, you know, there's many reasons for that, and I'm not using that against, but I didn't want to make this all about trans people. It's just like I have to state this over and over and give the background of what is actually going on with me, you know, why I do find this to be abuse to a sexual abuse survivor, and then making fun of me for being trans on top of it. I mean, it's so sick. It's just like, I don't want to demonize people, and I actually, if I, there's not, sorry, it's reconnecting, and I realize my phone is actually about to die, but that actually are progressive, and they are, you know, including women more, and including trans people and gay people. So yes, there's gay Muslims, there's trans Muslims. I'm not denouncing anything, it's just that I've explained everything, and it's gonna get twisted, and I don't want some extreme person coming after me because I'm trans. I'm gonna screenshot whoever that is. God, there's so many trolls. Zaid. I don't know, somebody just said Zaid. Shadow Glitch. I don't know who that is. 094 blood drop. Put some kind of blood drop emoji and a bunch of caskets. I don't know, is that a plausible deniability kind of quote, you know, quote unquote, saying walking testimony? Sorry, it keeps reconnecting. Thank goodness I noticed that my phone was almost dead, because the whole live stream would have been ended, but I'm here charging it. It's crazy sad stuff what he is saying. But yeah, I was saying to Alex, you know, yeah, that's what I want to be. I want to be a walking testimony. And if God can prove me to be as one, like I said, like I'm a servant of God, then that's all I wanted to be. But this person's making me lose all faith, all hope in anything. I shouldn't shed a single tear for these monsters, but I've been dealing with this shit for fucking 3 years now. And I don't know how much more I can take it. I have a police report. If he's live streaming my live right now, okay, how many times do I have to show that there's a police report? Back in 2025. And then I have another one that was done this year. But that's what we're dealing with, guys. Even the police are terrorizing civilians, because we know that a lot of the police are actually Freemasons. And I'm having dog walkers. G brought that up with the dog walkers. That was weird. I never saw those people. I've never seen that person before. I've never seen those dogs before. But I mean, of course, you know, there's dog walkers. There's people. Just happens to be there's a one headlight going on, like in cars driving by where I live all the time. For some reason, I guess the cops allowed them to illegally drive with one headlight, but the cops won't help me. And I will say the police officer's last name. I said it in another live to just document this. It was Deputy Atkin, who wrote the last one. We don't know if they're actually taking this serious, because they're like, oh, it's online. It doesn't matter. But when you're talking about like, oh, I'm going to go where you live, and I'm going to surveillance you, and I want a bunch. You really think that's not plausible deniability? You really think that he's gonna get people that he knows, that he also calls peasants, because he's like, I'm gonna rent this out to these peasants? Do you really think they're gonna be living around specifically in all these mobile homes that he's gonna buy out, which you can't rent mobile homes, you dumbass? You think he's going to do that and have these people surveil me while he calls them peasants? Does that make any sense? Hold on one moment. Here you go. See, this is another thing. I needed to pour some more water in the bowl because it was too low and Bella couldn't reach it. But that's another thing. Like, I have so many things I have to take care of. And I can't be dealing with this anymore. And anything, for whatever it's worth, like, I'm just continue to document stuff. This Athel again says your CGI, an automated program running scripts. Okay. Cool story, bro. Risen said, I believe Holy Mount Zion. What's CGI? Twisted said, I don't get Steven. He's calling people names while crying as a victim. Yeah, isn't that weird? These narcissists always have to play the perpetual victim when they're actually absolute menaces on society, just like Diane was, just like that other person, AI antinatalism. CGI, Alex, stands for computer-generated imagery. They're trying to say I'm AI. They're probably under an AI psychosis like Matthew David Whiter. I hope I can be heard okay. But Matthew David Whiter thinks that everybody's AI, and he thinks he's the only real person, and these people are losing their minds. I'm just checking if I can be heard. I'm checking if I can be heard. Testing. I'm just checking. Why is it cutting out? Checking if I can be heard. Testing. I'm just checking. Why is it cutting out? Okay, anyway. Okay, I can... Definitely, sound is working. It's just crazy how the chat jumped up from like a shit ton of people to now there's like 2 people. But I'm so glad you guys are talking in the chat. Because it looks to me like we're really building a community here of people who are targeted individuals. And this shit is so real, guys. Like, if you don't even think that it's like, oh, it's the government doing this, it's on a spiritual level. It's on a deeply spiritual level. But I just want to show who this person is. Who said these really weird, bizarre things, like the blood and caskets. I'm not going to block you, and please, mods, do not block the trolls. It's just more evidence. This is actual criminal activity if they have anything to do with that other person. Oh my gosh. Oh no. This is Matthew David Whiter himself coming into my chat room. And this is where he has been going on trying to slander the names of other people. Oh my gosh, I guess I'm now considered CGI. I just talked about that, and then he's actually in the chat room right now. Hey Matthew, I have nothing against you. I just think that you really do need help. You need to stop doing this to people. I'm not part of the Red Triangle group. I'm sure you think that is the case, but no, I'm not CGI, I'm not plastic. I'm a real human being. I was actually crying on my last live stream. I cannot believe you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Please get help. Please. If you are not concerned about anything when it comes to the mental health field, then what is wrong with getting a psychological evaluation? I really intend the best for you, dude. And I actually, one of the reasons I brought you up only is because Aaron Haywood said that you were the sanity machine. He said that you were Stephen Killeen, and I just think it's kind of funny because obviously you're not. But on a spiritual level, dude, you people are acting exactly the same. You know, people I've known online, like G and Sticky, I love Sticky. I think he's hilarious. In fact, I was listening to his No Hotel Spell song when I was walking back home. I thought that song was amazing. Sticky TT6 actually creates music. He doesn't make AI slop music, you know? He actually is an artist. So this dude is talking to an AI bot, and it's like, you need real people in your life. You need a hug, dude. Twisted said, oh, I read that. Risen said, Jesus. Yes, call upon the name of Jesus. Peace be upon him. Goblin said, some are cooked without noticing. Alex said, hope you don't mind I invite Jesus. No, absolutely, I don't mind at all. Please do. Please invite Jesus. I love Jesus. Jesus was my grandmother's best friend. And I can't think of the name of in the garden, there's that hymn, Walking with Jesus. I don't want to say it because I start crying. Oh my God. I start crying because that song was played when my grandmother passed away. And that was one of her favorite hymns, is Walking in the Garden. As you know, Alex, you know, that was very lovely of Anna to make that beautiful memorial video of Miska playing that song. I invited Woden. Who's Woden? Is that some kind of pagan deity or something? Hey everyone, Battle said, thank you for saying hello to everyone in the chat, Battle. I invite you all, as long as you're kind. Alex said, have a blessed night. Peace to your households. Okay, you're heading out, Alex. Have a good day, if you are. Goblin said, much love, Kai. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed king reigns. Perish unsubbed from me, I moved on. Oh, yeah, Peric, or whatever, how it's pronounced, definitely has some kind of mental issues going on. They were saying, you're the type of person that I would, you're the type, what was it that they said? It's probably better that you move on. I don't know how long you had a connection with that person, but it's probably best to move on, because you really don't want to associate with somebody who says stuff like this. I'm the greatest of all times. You're just a rotten mushroom making real people. Oh, I guess I'm not real again. Here we go with the psychosis of everyone's fake, but I'm real. But people want to shoot you down. Real people want to shoot you down. I didn't target you. I'm allowed to make commentary. I'm a trans person myself. I'm allowed to make commentary on the problematic bullshit that I see in that community. And no, you're not going to gaslight an actual biological female and call me a misogynist. That's insane. Ophanim, you are protected. Ophanim, who's that? There's so many people that try to spin everything, and I think make us second guess ourselves and say, oh no, that deity or this deity or whatever is oh, I looked that up. It means wheels in Hebrew are enigmatic celestial beings from Judeo-Christian tradition. Oh, interesting. Wow, I love learning all these words. That's why I'm looking into Islam. I look into all religions or faiths, you know. I love to learn about all cultures. I love to see how everybody worships God, and people try to spin it like, oh no, you're worshiping the devil, you're a Luciferian. There's people making videos that, oh, Allah is actually, you know, it's not the real God. You know, everybody's just trying to connect to their creator and the love, and it all comes from within, you know. G said, hey Kai, welcome back. You got frozen up. Did you get all your errands done for the night? Yeah, I did, G. I can't even eat if I wanted to right now, but I went and got gas. I got my mom her medication, and I just want to quickly go over this right now, but I am going to go eat more eventually. I want to make this as brief as I can. But I would like to go live. I know it's like a lot more later, not a lot, but I don't want to put you on the spot. Like, these people are so crazy. They'll want to know the location, but I did want to go live with you if you still wanted to, or we could set up another date, and we can talk on the phone. I would love that as well. I'm just highly stressed out right now. I might have to just, after this live, I might have to just take a breather and call it a day as far as being on here, and yeah, just take a break. But I would like to go live. If you do go live later, And you do StreamYard. I'd love to try to come up and talk. Matthew is in your chat under... Oh, that's Matthew. Yeah, now I just read the chat. I just figured that out. Yeah. Occult Examiner, hello. How are you? Hey, Occult Examiner. How you doing? The chat is working great. Can you keep this one up, Kai? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to try to keep this one up. There's just some... You know, when you're put on the spot and you're live and you're just frantically, like, going through all these crazy things... You know, there's mishaps that happen, things that you don't want to be seen, or you misspoke. Like, just like my mom said, that's why she wanted to explain why she wasn't eating. It's not because I'm not feeding her. It's just she's stressed out by this. And I just didn't want him to use that she's like, was my thinking. And it's, like, hard for me to cook meals for myself. I'm stressed out by this stuff. And I would consider, like, that a form of elderly abuse for them to do to my mom, to stress me out and her out by saying, oh, we're gonna go buy property where you are and surveil you and, you know, all this other shit. And I'm sure, like, these people have said awful things about my mother. Matthew, you have severe AI psychosis. You need help badly. Take a deep breath, Kai. You got this. Thank you. Matthew, why would you be in Kai's chat? You have lost your mind. Now you have an AI girlfriend that you have named Vinny? You think that's normal? You have become AI's bitch, Matthew. Battle said, I don't know a lot of people in the chat. A cult examiner came over or found out about me, I believe, through Ashes. Those two know each other. There's another cult on here. Ammon Hillman's cult. That weird shit. And there's people that escaped from that, so that's kind of more where they're coming from. People need to stop being such evil bullies. If you do not like Kai, then move on. Yeah, that's all I want. Just, like, if you don't like me, just move on. I said I intend these people well, every single one of them. If you don't repent and you don't actually be a better person, I don't want to know what your afterlife is, but I think that you've actually forfeited your hereafter, especially if you've done spell work, and if the result, which I do believe in my heart of hearts, that person, you can coffins he sent in the chat. Utterly public playlist that you guys can look at. I'm looking at it right now. They would circle you and eat you alive. But this is not your art. This is AI art, so you're selling AI and you're saying it's your art. He calls himself an artist, but this is not his art. This menace is. And if you look at his channel, then you can go and you can see an artist, but this is not.
Are you talking about me? Because I'm just a grifter. I'm just a grifter.
And these kids could paint and draw better than me. They could actually paint such hyper-realistic photos of animals, and that actually looks like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. You know, I'm gonna start drawing some Pegasus and stuff now. You wanna see how I draw shit? You wanna see what I can draw?
Don't beg. I'm not a money grubber, shekels beggar.
It's totally obsessed. Every live stream they do for hours, day and night, is about me. They're absolutely obsessed. They've been crying for hours. They're mental. They should go see a psychiatrist or check themselves into a psych ward. They're absolutely mental. They're breaking down. They should stop talking about me. Stop obsessing over me. Just shut up and go away. Take a break from the internet. Get some help. Get some therapy. Get some therapy. You're a psycho. Get some therapy. You're an obsessed psycho.
Jared Taylor spoke
That's
about
so
many
that's
times.
so characteristic. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I guess we set this up because you sent us a series of emails. You seemed upset And we would like to give you the opportunity to air your grievances with us. So, I mean, I guess if you want to make a claim, whether it's about something specific that either of us have said, something specific either of us have done, and then we can respond to it and go from there. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I laid it out pretty plainly and clearly in my email. I see, or I say, I hear, see, however you want to put it very often, when guests on your show make outlandish claims, generalizations about Jewish groups in general. You don't apply the same like rigorous intellectual analysis to those claims and those comments as you do to just about every other topic you discuss. And
Can you give me an example?
You had that guy on when where he actually gave a little pushback. That's why I think it's a better example. He gave a little pushback. He said, like, everyone gets along in border towns until the Jews come along and implanted people's brains to fight with the white people. And he went on making all sorts of outlandish claims.
We disagree with demon erasers on all of that. Which
that's why I said you did give a little pushback, but you didn't apply the same rigorous analysis with him saying where your stats show this per capita that Jews actually do. I've never seen you on any claims that guest viewers have made regarding Jews give that same type of pushback as you do when people make claims about other groups. So
our disagreement with Jews isn't on the basis of analyzing statistics or even per capita. It's about the basis of our ideology and our belief system, which is nationalism. And Jews certainly have that belief system for their own people. We advocate for white people to do the same thing, the same function. And so I understand what you're saying, but on one hand, we're not really obligated to debunk every single out there conspiracy that's made up about Jewish people. I mean, there's so many out there. We have so many conversations. We can't be expected to break down every single claim that every single guest has ever made.
No, I don't expect that. But I'm saying that when you say that you're for nationalism and America first and foundational types of people running this country, that doesn't really, address what I'm saying, kind of, because Jews were part of the foundation of this company. Jews have always been part of the fabric of this company. Jews have been great contributors to this country, and it's only because.
I'm sorry to cut you off, David. Did you say company before you said country?
Yeah, maybe.
Freudian slip. That's might be a little bit of a Freudian slip there, Mr. Grossman.
Yeah, no, not a Freudian slip. I'm actually texting someone. I'm simultaneously texting someone about my company that's interrupting me to stop them from talking. So since I was typing the word company, I read it company instead of saying the word country. Yeah, so Jews were part of the founding of this country. You could read the writings of the founding fathers. They addressed the Jewish question very often in their writings, and Jews especially, and I hate to bring up a stereotype like this, were great funders of the revolution, that we fought against England. So Jews have been in this country since the beginning. Jews have been welcomed by the founding fathers of this country since the beginning. Jews have been great contributors to this country since the very beginning. And many white people in this country have a great amount of Jewish DNA and are unaware of it until they take, one of these Ancestry or 23andMe tests and find out that they're like 5 to 10% Ashkenazi, because 2 million Jews came here from the Russian Empire between 1880 and 1920 and essentially assimilated totally within a few years. I think the stat is most Jews that came here from the Russian Empire were fully assimilated within 4 years. So Jews have left their mark on the country both genetically and in our contributions. And it's only because my theory is Jews have a very high IQ in general. You'll see them as the thought leaders when they still identify as Jews causing more problem. But going back to per capita, I don't think per capita Jews are any different from any other white European group in their political views.
Well, once again, it's not really about per capita. It's about the principle of blood. And we can talk. We can talk endlessly about these historical technicalities, but none of those things are going to persuade us on our convictions or change the premise of white people needing to put their people first, just like every other group does. And so we can appeal to the founding fathers. There's some of them that were for Jews. There were some of them that were opposed to Jews. There's a guy that helped fund George Washington during the Revolution. There's so many different things we can talk about historically. We want to put our people first, and we are going to. It's really, that is the crux of all of this. And I'm not sure if you have an issue with that, but I don't really think that the two positions necessarily have to contradict, because like I said before, Jews Jews don't really have an issue doing that for their own people. We advocate for white people to do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, even if I were to accept, even if I were to accept everything that you said up to this point, which I don't necessarily, I don't know why that's any reason why we should continue to consider Jews Americans. And if they were as assimilable as you stated, then there wouldn't be such a thing as a Jew. There would just be like white people with a little bit of Jewish autosomal DNA.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. I'm having some lasagna for dinner tonight. Lasagna with some garlic bread. It's delicious. Delicious. But I have to cover this stalker, this creepy cockroach. Creepy cockroach Kai. I don't know their real name, but I'm going to find out, or I'll have someone find out so that I can file a lawsuit, a civil lawsuit against this creature that keeps talking about me for hours all over YouTube, all over the internet, harassing me, slandering me, lying about me, falsely accusing me, character assassination. It's real creepy. I think it's psychotic. I think they have mental issues.
Because, yeah, I mean, it would be, sometimes it's also good to have a hysterectomy. All of the live streams and any amount of you, whatever you've posted talking, he's probably overlooked your channel. He's probably stalked everybody on. Oh, I know he has stalked Joshua, and you know everyone else. He's probably looked into. But this is a guy that would mock people because they don't have breasts, just like Joey Barnes did to you. And it's just so sick. You don't know what reason somebody doesn't have breasts, whether they're trans and they have a mastectomy. But yeah, the hysterectomy. Or were you saying a mastectomy? Did you mean mastectomy? Because, yeah, I mean, it'd be, sometimes it's also good to have a hysterectomy. And I almost was going to have that, but I shouldn't even be saying all this online anyway. It's just everything's recorded and it's just freaky and everybody uses everything I say, like, against me. I'm ready, like, all of this stuff right now is stressing me so much that it's like, yeah, I just want to, like, not exist in this reality anymore. I was losing all faith in any loving God because of all this shit that's going on. Can you not see, Demon Slayer, how insanely stressful this is and how this would make somebody want to just end their life? But oh, you're an anonymous person, so it's not happening to you. I want to actually show you guys the channel that I'm talking about that absolutely gave no care whatsoever for me in regards to this. And I said, you know, I don't want to be here anymore. Derek and I didn't want to be here anymore. And he's like, I'm not even reading all of that. What the fuck? Arthur the Red, and there's another.
Well, you're cool. You love Demon Slayer channel when it's mocking me with hundreds of videos. Then you're for it. Because you love bullies so long as they're attacking me. You love anonymous bullies so long as they're slandering me. Because you're a creepy creature. You're not against bullies. You love bullies. You've left hundreds of comments there. Slandering me. Like the psycho that you are.
Person on his channel, where I think he's referencing, on his channel I'm referring to the Green Wizard. I think he's referring or trying to make accounts that look like Stormy the Grey, who also didn't give a fuck about me and hasn't spoken to me. She's like, I've been thinking about you and I'm going to reach out to you and we'll talk on the phone, and never did any of that. And yet I briefly heard a part in Derek's video where he said I had a friend telling somebody's talking shit about me. It was probably Stormy saying that I'm talking shit about him. Meanwhile, these people never talk to me. And, you know, they don't care. They only care about themselves. It's really only when this is happening to them do they actually give a shit. And if I stay on here too long, he's going to say I'm abusing my mother. I'm obsessed with him. He's going to spin everything. But I have to record this. And I have to document this. Battle said Steven said his back hurt. Okay, Kai, I'll post it, then delete it soon. After you tell me when you're ready. Okay, tell you when I'm ready. You can do it now. I just want to finish quickly reading the rest of the chat. And then I need to go pick up meds for my mom. I haven't eaten. I barely ate anything last night. I am so stressed out, and I am so... Before anything. Oh my goodness. I just look up this channel, and look, there's another video. He's talking about because I said I had hissing cockroaches. Like, why the fuck? This is so concerning. You guys don't have any idea the levels of the shit that I'm going through. And what does Demon Slayer do? Oh, he's completely silent. It's just crickets. No, I'm not stalking you. Don't twitch it. You are making continuously posts. This is where he's potentially doxing me, and this is why I really want to show this information before he deletes it, because he knows, or he doesn't, he's too stupid to realize that he's actually self-incriminating himself more. So here he's saying, is anyone here from California familiar with that area? And he's posted about that area to intimidate me before. Now he's saying I'm thinking of going back? What the fuck? To look at possible real estate? Oh yeah, it's plausible deniability. Oh, I'm just looking for... You know, I own land, I own territory all over, and I'm a billionaire, not a billionaire, but I'm a millionaire. But that was the thing, I had people on my channel who were saying that they were not only at some point saying that they were minors, but that they were saying that Derek, what's the word I'm looking for, grifted or took money from them and never paid it back, scammed them. That's you can make bank from peasants, which he calls me, from renting out these places, buy and rent. That's why he's like, you know, saying I live in a trailer. This can be complete plausible deniability, but he is basically trying to dox my location. That is just so, this is so fucking sick. Again, here, oh my god. I just want to also quickly document the comments that any of these people on his channel are leaving, because they also are incriminating themselves. And this post, he cannot stop talking about me. Meanwhile, he's made so many videos about me, about other people. Here he's mocking me because I cried about this really beautiful thing I shared. He's like saying just all of this stupid shit. There's another video about me. I can't even support people without him going after them, which is sickening, because this person has already been through the ringer with this person. There he is again, sharing Joshua's post, but oh no, we're all stalking him. Like, that makes any sense whatsoever. That's, again, Charles, that was probably a community post from Demon Slayer. He is very adamant about Demon Slayer being Charles. And then he has this mushroom cloud. Oh look, kaboom, it's a mushroom cloud. Obviously referring to me. Oh, you absolutely would love me dead if you could have that. He even stated, he made a song, he posted a gif of a mushroom cloud saying, oh look, kaboom, it's a mushroom cloud. Sharing little mushroom emojis, which is always what he does to refer to me, with a rat emoji. It's the mushroom and the rat. He's calling me a mutilated rat. He's making fun of me for being trans. And that is...
That's what he does.
And this, I know. And this is in terms of me being trans. And part of all of that, that's why I talk about the sexual harassment and the abuse. I was sexually abused when I was 14 years old. And I think that there's a lot of trans people that do want to escape female sexualization. So what I'm trying to say to you is that he's actually abusing somebody who is a sexual abuse survivor.
Yeah.
I don't want to show your face, but nobody can hear what you're saying.
Oh, I said yes.
This is so stressful, I don't want to show your face. I muted the mic for a bit because, again, I was trying to turn off my camera, but... I don't know what to do. This is so fucking evil, what I'm going through. What I'm trying to tell you, Mom, I'm going live right now, and I'm trying to tell you right now,
Right.
This is very serious.
Right.
He is doxing, or trying to attempt to look like he is, with plausible deniability. He's saying, in Redlands area, he's showing pictures of mobile homes, saying, is there anyone from California familiar with Redlands? I've been all over California, from Hollywood, Santa Monica to Anaheim and Venice Beach, blah, 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 Huntington Beach, down to San Diego. I'm thinking of going back to look at possible real estate investment rental opportunities, spend some cash to make more cash every month, passive income stream. You can make bank from peasants renting out these places, buy and rent.
Most mobile homes won't let you rent.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. You don't... People buy mobile homes and they rent them. That's what he's saying. He's going...
They don't let them,
No, he's saying he's going to buy a mobile home. Or I know what you're saying. You can't rent it out. Yeah, you can't. I get what you're saying. Sorry, I'm really stressed out. But it's like, people do buy mobile homes and then they pay space rent, was what I was trying to say. And he's been talking on and on about how I live in a trailer, because I mentioned that. I wanted to see if... see if he would use that against me like he does...
He can't afford to live in California. It's too expensive.
I'm trying to think right now. What I was gonna say. I don't want to exist anymore. I just want to completely, like, not exist. This is so humiliating and so degrading. I just absolutely forgot what I was about to say. He claims that he's a millionaire.
I don't believe it.
Well, no, I don't believe anything he says either. But this is, again, plausible deniability. And he shared a Facebook He's looking at my Facebook. He's looking at my Instagram. There's a part where I had an art show where he shows, you know, where that place was. So he's showing where my location is, where I already have cyber stalkers on here who have threatened my life and are getting somehow information about me more and more. I don't know what levels these people are going to go to. I don't know what these people are capable of, but I absolutely am in fear of my life and in fear of my mom's life right now. If this psychotic person is saying that they're going to come to any area near me and say that they're going to buy, this is his little snide way of saying, oh, I can do anything and I can buy up mobile homes and I can do this. Well, you can't rent out mobile homes, but again, that it's just caught in more bullshit lies that don't even make sense. This is so freaking stressful. Battle, I know you probably haven't posted those things yet because I am still rambling on about this, and I just completely, this is what happens when you're dealing with narcissistic abuse. Your brain just completely crashes out and you can't even think straight. This is one of the most stressful things. And thank you, you know, a big thank you to Kirsten. I know your last name, you're on a police report. You are absolutely complicit in all of this, and you absolutely need to be handled accordingly. This has gotten into such extreme territory. And it wasn't just that post. Again, it's like this. I don't want to read all of it. I don't want to give this attention, but not even your plausible deniability even makes sense. Because, yeah, you can't...
Wait a second. What was that post again? This is making me sleepy. Oh, El Diablo. Yeah, cool area for a rental. And it's just a map of... there's a nice park on there. I'm looking for California real estate. And there's some nice parks around there that look pretty. There's parks there with fountains and pavilions. It looks pretty. What's wrong with that? Why are you crashing out? What are you on my YouTube channels for, looking at my posts on my community pages? What's your problem? Why are you stalking my YouTube channels? What's your fucking problem? Keep your big nose out of it, out of my business.
Not even your plausible deniability even makes sense. Because, yeah, you can't rent out mobile homes, but whatever. I woke up simply from people telling me that this person sounds like they're doxing me and they're trying to intimidate me, and this is what I have to contend with. When I just want to get on with my freaking life and be able to support. I was doing actually really good. Really good until he came back into my life and was harassing Battle, was harassing people on my live stream, obviously threatening me. People were like, go away, stop threatening me and all the rest. And it's just like, it got me to the point I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. Once again, this is going over and over and over. This bullshit that I don't want to deal with anymore. I want this person to leave me alone. Is it going to?
Leave me the fuck alone. Stay away from my channels. Keep your big nose to yourself. Look at this big schnoz. Honk honk. Honk honk. Big schnoz. Honk honk. Matrix agent of evil. Air is free. That's why they have the big nostrils. Because air is free. I haven't doxed that creature. They've been putting my name, Stephen Killeen, right in their videos. Calling me Stephen rather than Antonio. Calling me Stephen in their titles of their videos. Tagging me, harassing me, trying to dox me, saying Stephen Killeen of Canada, trying to dox me. You fucking creeps. You're creepy. I haven't doxed anyone. So what are you talking about, you fucking big nose liar? Keep your big nose out of my business. Stay away from me. Don't come to my live streams. Don't cover my community posts. Just fucking keep to yourself in your trailer with your mother. That's what you should do. Get a job, you fucking bum, you peasant.
Too late. This is why I'm recording everything. Police, the police department, the FBI, you know, if somebody ends up taking their life, are you then going to care? Is that what it's going to take? What's going on? Joshua, thank you so much for being here. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad to see you. Hey, Goblin. Let me really quickly catch up to the chat. Really quickly. My jaw hurts right now. I'm in so much grief and stress right now, guys. Like, I just want to fucking die. I am in absolute mortified dread. I need to take care of my mom. I need to go pick up medication for her. That'll...
Get off the internet.
Let me read the chat really quick. I'm so sorry. Battle, don't post those images yet. Let me just catch up with the chat, and then I'll let you know after that. Just you can post those images. I'll share them really quickly, and then I have to end this live. I have such a tremendous headache. I am in such a dissociative state right now. I am absolutely horrified, and that's why I was like, this is hell. There can't be any God with this person allowed to continue, and all of these abusers allowed to continue to do what they do, trying to make me lose any faith and hope in anything. Damn, G said, all I heard was hey Kai, and then my tablet shut off, and I had 80% battery left. Anyway, I was saying that I am glad I had the operations that I had, even though I was forced because of cancer. The cancer I had was estrogen positive. If you have the BRCA1 and 2 gene, you will eventually get ovarian cancer as well, on top of the breast cancer. I had no choice. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, G, you had to go through that. I see what you mean about the hysterectomy needing to be done. Wow. And they were telling me, like, if you're on testosterone, then it's good to get a hysterectomy for those reasons. But then, yeah, it's just like, there's a lot to it, like, because that kind of cancer can come about. And this person was saying, that's what I was going to say when I lost my train of thought. I don't know what my mom probably wouldn't have anything to say on this, but he was saying in a song, like, he talks about doing witchcraft and cursing people all the time. He said in 2026, Team Evil, which he refers to us, is going to get sick. And I was talking about how serious this is. Witchcraft affects those around you. And you almost died last year. It's plausible deniability because this can never be proven in a court of law. But yeah, isn't that interesting? He's saying in 2026, Team Evil is going to get sick. He's actually wishing ill, like death on us. So I don't want to speak anything into existence, but being super stressed out and things in just relationship to cancer and just all this sick shit, I never would say anything like that to anybody. Not even my worst enemy would I ever say something like that to. I said, I wish you well, please move on. I actually showed the comment that I left him. I've left him one final comment. I said, do not communicate with me anymore. And I'm not going to take ever the bait again. Never dealing with this shit again. They total. My last comment was a typo. Battle said, I hope you're okay, Gate. She said, thank you, Battle. I'm doing well with regard to the cancer. People are waking up regarding the jab, and I see it. Things are going to get really bad. What are your thoughts on that? Also, what do you think, Battle? Gravestone said, I think it's getting to the point that the truth community...
This thing reads every comment from the chat. It's absolutely mental. By the way, their live stream title for this that they took down was Stop Trying to Intimidate Me. To stalkers constantly surveilling me and others. 2 police/FBI reports. Well, I'm going to report you to the fucking FBI. How about that? How about that, bitch? You and your mama.
Is becoming more of the cult community, if anything. Yes, absolutely. There's all these little mini cults, and it's sick. And I think that guy Sean, the Truth Channel, what he was saying about him, if you look up the Sanity Machine Exposed, you'll come across his content. I think this guy is some kind of, seriously, like, some kind of agent being paid to do this and to infiltrate the truth-seeking community and to just attack and slander people when things really start hitting the shit fan. Oh yeah. Gee, I'm gonna read this really quick. What is the name? Who is your worst stalker? Stephen who? Also, what's his channel on YouTube, if you are comfortable telling me? Oh yeah, I've said it multiple times. I've shared things. It's the Sanity Machine, but he also goes by El Diablo Radio International. And you probably already heard, I'm probably just refreshing your mind, but I've said it numerous times. I have videos on him. I have a playlist of him. I don't actually believe or know if his name is actually Stephen Colleen, but that's what he goes by. Battle said, hey Gravestone, this is scary. G said, no. You never show anyone's face. Even me showing my cat is dangerous. Yeah, it is. I don't, that's why I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like, oh shit, I'm trying to mute my mic or I'm sorry, turn off my camera, but I put on the mic. I just don't want my mom to be seen by these people because they will use your images and use it to curse you. And that's why I think Miska died. I really do think that he cursed my dog. He cursed me. Our animals are our angels. And they are the first one to soak up any of the energy that when you get a spiritual attack from people, they're the ones that get the brunt of all that witchcraft. And that's why I'm almost absolutely positive. I know within my heart of hearts. And I know this is plausible deniability, but I really do think that with all the talk of cursing and witchcraft, I really do think that's why Miska died. And this was all going on last year when I thought my mom was dying. And he's still stalking and harassing me. And that's why I said, maybe I have to move. Maybe I have to go to a different state. And why I was going to go where I was going to go, because in Worcester, however it's pronounced, there is a trans safe haven. I was like reaching at anything. Battle said, hey, Kai's mom. I'll let her know you said hi, Battle. That's sweet of you. This is sad. This is sad. Steven reminds me of Freddy Krueger. I'm praying for you and your mom, Battle said. Thank you so much, Battle. He's recording all of this. He's been here recording the whole time. I'm just letting you guys know. Oh, thank you. Thank you, G, for saying that, because I've been so demonized and tortured in this place. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to have to deal with this anymore. And for Derek to say he was going to be there to protect me, and he just discarded me when I couldn't give him any more money. When somebody was dying of cancer, I have given him all of my funds, and I shouldn't have ever paid for these videos. They were not worth that much money. I'm telling you, I don't care if you've trained all your life and everything. These videos were just, oh my god. I would never do this to anyone. I would never take all their money while they're dealing with a mutual cyberstalker, and I showed so much care to Derek for what he was going through, but nobody of these people that claim to care actually gave a fuck about me. You, Demon Slayer, and you, Derek, didn't give a fuck about me. You guys want to see me tortured. That's what it really feels like. I just don't want to exist anymore with how much stress this is getting, and I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying so hard to keep it together, and it hurts so much that Derek was willing to tell me how to fucking off myself. He was going to instruct me, but he's already instructed the entire internet. I have the image. And for somebody to say, oh, you were just going to go to Massachusetts to put bags over your heads? No, it's because I cared. Why am I... This place is a place of absolute crazy-making gaslighting. I cared about Derek. There was no motive other than I wanted to be his friend and to be there for him. And if I got to Massachusetts, I was going to say, let's not do this. Let's just not off ourselves. Like, I just wanted to be his friend and be there for him. And he said, you lied to me. You lied to me. You said you loved me. I didn't mean it romantically. I just said, I love you. I care about you. I support you. He said, you loved me. You said you were going to come to Massachusetts and you never did. It's like, I'm giving you all my money. My car is breaking down. My mom I think is dying. My dog died. He had no empathy whatsoever. He just kept taking my money and saying, I'm going to off myself. You guys are financially fucking me over by not you saying and committing that you're going to commit to this. That's not a friend. That's an emotional abuser. Anybody that stands by that and tries to justify that going on is sick in the head. I'm sorry, but there's no justifying treating somebody like that who is trying to help somebody stay alive and find hope. I wanted to just support him and say, hey, look, there's people that care about you. I do care about your skills, and I was trying to build him up and say, hey, you have so much to offer and of worth, like, don't do this. And all I get is berated and called a liar? How am I supposed to go to Massachusetts when I'm giving all my money away to somebody and I'm being threatened that if I don't, he's gonna off himself? I tried to do the things that he wanted me to do, but I was so depressed. Nobody gave a fuck about me. Except you guys. Thank you for being here. You might actually be preventing somebody from offing themselves right now. Nobody knows the hells that I've gone through here. Nobody knows exactly what I've actually endured on this fucking evil, satanic fucking platform called YouTube, because YouTube allows this to continue for years. And I showed you guys that video of Sean, who said this guy 3 years ago stalks hundreds of people on YouTube, and nothing is ever done about it. That's why I'm saying there's something deeper going on where he is a paid agent or something. Go on YouTube, like he said, and denounce being 3 years ago stalks hundreds of people on YouTube and not years. And I showed you somebody from offing themselves right now. Nobody knows the hells that I've gone through here. Nobody knows exactly what I've actually endured on this fucking evil, satanic fucking platform called YouTube, because YouTube allows this to continue for years. And I showed you guys that video of Sean, who said this guy 3 years ago stalks hundreds of people on YouTube, and nothing is ever done about it. That's why I'm saying there's something deeper going on where he is a paid agent or something. Go on YouTube, like he said, and denounce being a Freemason, if that's not the case. If you're really not a Freemason, then denounce it publicly online. I don't know what on earth these people are trying to do, but I really do think that they're trying to get me to fucking kill myself. I don't know what I did to deserve this. That's why I'm like, is there a God? Why does God allow this to continue? Why does God do nothing to actually reprimand the people that are doing such evil, satanic acts to others? Just thank you, G. That whole comment you made just got me bawling in an emotional mess. And it's not because it was just so beautiful, because it's like, I don't know why I'm gaslit and tortured and demonized constantly for everything I'm doing when I'm just trying to talk about God. I'm trying to talk about having faith. I'm trying to talk about finding hope in this place that feels like actual hell. Like we are in actual hell. Thank you, G, for saying you're gonna pray for me and my mom, because this guy's throwing witchcraft and shit at all of us all the time. That was it. Let it out, Kai. I'm listening. Thank you. I know I'm way far behind in the chat, but G said, Kai, you are dealing with mentally ill people. I would love to talk to you about this on the virtual stage, and you can get out the truth. I would even do that tonight. Okay, thank you, G. I would love to do that tonight too. That would be great if you're gonna go live. I knew you were gonna go. You were live actually an hour ago, and I was gonna go look at your content. I was gonna go support you because I know you're real. You're a real person. You're really authentic, and I couldn't do that because I'm having to deal with this bullshit. Battle said, Kai, get your mom's medicine and come back later. I'm here. Okay, I'm gonna go do that. I am gonna go do that. This is just so fucking horrific. I just want to read the rest of your guys' chat because I don't know, maybe I can take the phone with me because I have to usually wait in line to go, you know, pick up these things, and I don't want to keep that off. It's just like I want to read what your guys are saying, but this is going to be used against me, like, oh, you're just so preoccupied with this and you're not. It's just like, oh my god, I can't win. And hello to Kai's mother. I want to tell you this. This is one of my friends that I've met on YouTube that is very kind, and she said something so sweet. She said, hello to Kai's mother. You raised a beautiful, caring person. You did an amazing job. Thank you for how you raised Kai. I have known him for a while. A class act through and through.
I think so. Those are perfect words.
Thank you, G, for saying that. I'm really going through it. I mean, I'm on the fucking spectrum. I'm trans. I have so much going on. This is so stressful. And of course, like, I do deal with severe depression and anxiety and all the rest, and this guy's just posting all these intimate photos about me that I did have online, but I didn't want that all plastered everywhere. I just wanted... No sane person would do this. No sane person would put someone through this. Battle said, hi, Kai's mom. Steven is easily the bad guy here. How can't he see this? How can't anyone see this that's on his channel? It's like they're in a cult or they are on his own stock accounts. He pretending to be other people to support him. It's actually insane. Black hole hanging in there, crazy world, trying to get agency to help me with work. Okay, hi, hello, black hole. There's something really serious going on right now. I am in so emotional distress right now. I can't even think right now. I need to blow my nose. Oh my god. G said your mother sounds sweet. Thank you. G, I'll let her know that. I don't want to go back and forth. I gotta go do this. I gotta go. I have so much to do. Bell said he should drop the act of him being the good guy. Why does he even bother? It's clearly not true. It's clearly not true. Anyone that believes his bullshit is absolutely, I don't know. There's something severely mentally wrong with any of these people, because he gets people, he even states, go to this channel, go to this live stream, report it for lying, and then tell, you know, Kai all these horrible things that he, or she, you know, often they call me she, call her a mutilated lab rat and all the rest, and to just harass me. And I had well over 8 comments from the people over at his channel harassing me. Elle said, oh god, so he's saying this to us, me including a minor. Oh, about the cutting off the arms and stuff. G said, yeah, he's sick. G, unfortunately, there is a lot of mental illness on social media, where when these nuts find sweet and kind people like yourself, they prey on them. Remember when Joey was doing to me for 1 year, harassing me, making fun of me, doxing me, etc. All the bad karma that he has accumulated is keeping him trapped in hell. I remember that, G. It was sick what Joey did to you. That guy is a fucking psycho. I had both breast cancer and I had to have emergency surgery as well. I don't care who knows that I have cancer. Okay. He mocks everything, and I know Joey even mocked you. Joey Barnes mocked you for having cancer and made these stupid AI pictures of you and calling you a reptilian. These people are nuts. Sorry, Gate. I'm sorry that you ever had to deal with that. G said, that's okay, Belle. Thank you. I am past it, hopefully. Hey, Goblin. G said, 11 people in the chat. Please like and subscribe. Thank you, G. Steven, Battle says Steven's probably here. Oh, absolutely. Oh, he's recording every... Parks, wonderful diversification of your property portfolio, or whatever. So what? To keep an eye out for you. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what God's plan. Yeah, it's because of you. You're absolutely harassing and just horrifying everyone. I already took screenshots of this, and people say, oh, you're wasting your time, you know, to go. Oh, he's always insulting, Jack. I have to deal with this. Meanwhile, I really need to go pick up meds for my mom, and he's going to use this and say, oh, you're not taking care of your mother. Yeah, it's because of you. You're absolutely harassing and just horrifying everyone. I already took screenshots of this, and people say, oh, you're wasting your time, you know, just leave it alone. To anybody who said, oh, just ignore it. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what God's plan is. You don't know what I'm doing on this channel. This is awesome. I saw your post and looked at other places in that area you mentioned. You might... Oh, yeah. So he says I have the money to buy a half a dozen places as rentals. Oh, I'd like to rent people who could keep an eye out for me. So what? To keep an eye out for you because of me? He was saying in his last live stream that I was dangerous. He's like, I think that person's dangerous. Over and over again. This is so fucking creepy. This is why I wanted to share the comments really quick. Because you know that if people understand how serious this is getting, he could potentially delete these posts, and then I would never have the ability to document this. But no, you're dumb because you can't rent out mobile homes. So your plausible deniability has just freaking gone out the window. Who else is supporting this? Oh, of course, Wendy Pegasus. Looks like a great location near stores and parks. Wonderful diversification of your property portfolio, or whatever. I honestly sometimes wonder if these people are him in other accounts, because I don't know how any woman or man could ever support somebody so incredibly creepy, and then these people actually think that all the people he's smearing and calling demons, that we're actually demons and that we need to off ourselves. Wendy Pegasus, I blocked her, but she commented on my channel anyway, And then Salty Siren said that I'm mutilated and that I deserve to basically die and I should kill myself and get underground. Goblin said also being good. G said, wow, that's what Joey Barnes was doing. He went after anyone who was supporting me. This is what these sick people do. Using is completely legal except for... It was reconnecting. That's crazy. How is that doxing is completely legal except for social numbers? It makes no sense. So what about names? I mean, Kirsten's name is public. And I will just say it. Because there's no problem. She's doxed my location. She's doxed everything about me, I'm sure. He was trying to say that Derek did that and trying to pin that on Derek and get me all upset with him. But I've already stated, you know, Kirsten Chechik, this is getting so serious. You have a police report. I don't care about saying your last name. Charles said it. And now that I know who you are, if I hadn't talked to Charles and I hadn't gotten that information, then I would have never been able to know. Because I know that is your actual name. I believe it. Because I looked you up and I saw where your parents live. I saw how it says that you're still living there. So yes, you were. This is so insane, like defrauding the state of California by collecting money saying that, you know, unemployment, saying that you're still living here when you weren't. Battle said, I left some comments on those community posts. Oh, they're not there, Battle. He's blocked you. Goblin said he is destroying his own credibility. Battle, oh my god, Steven, what kind of man are you? G said, Demon Slayer sounds like a cowardly monster. Dude's irrelevant guy. So he is craving your attention. These creatures love it when we react. They get off on your reaction. Well, some people thought Demon Slayer was Steven himself. I know that sounds crazy, but these people will go to any level to see who's all pooling together to say anything about him. And he, you know, I don't know, but I just wouldn't trust an anonymous profile like that. G said he's not worth it, Kai. Goblin said California. Oh, shit. Sorry, it keeps reconnecting. I guess more people are joining the chat, and every time it happens, the numbers have to change and it reconnects. And I really want to make this as fast as... G said, or I'm sorry, Goblin, the other kind of G, said if he knew anything about the West and the cost of living a trailer is better than an eye out for me. Again, it was reconnecting. I'm putting on my socks right now because I gotta go, but he's saying that, oh, I want people to keep an eye out for me. Well, you can't rent out mobile homes, dumbass. G said he's a sloth, Kai. I'm sorry you were having a hard time with this, but he sounds like a sick, mentally ill creature who gets off on your reaction. I know it's difficult not to feed the trolls. G said, Goblin, I'm sorry I keep calling you G, but Goblin, this Stevie character has stalked and harassed several content creators over the years. Not even several, like hundreds. What that guy Sean said, it's been hundreds. So yeah, I'm finally catching up a little bit more. Yeah, Battle said if he continues to go to the police station. Oh, I already have, year after year. I said publicly, leave me alone. The first year, I have a police report on you, and I showed it on my channel several times. I guess I have to show it again. And then I did another one this year, and I have that report and that police number. So let me show it again. Let me show you the first time I did this, and I said, leave me alone, cease and desist, do not talk to me, do not make videos about me, have nothing to do with me. You've crossed into such territories that this is truly beyond sick. I had it up on my fridge, but I was trying to cover the number because it gives the area code, you know, the number that the police wrote down. But I don't want, you know, he's already doxed me, you know, so what does it freaking matter? But I was initially not trying to show the number because I didn't want the area code showed. But there it is. The first time I said cease and desist back in 2025, 7/11, which is kind of a crazy number because November 7, if you split those numbers, which would be November, instead of July, but November 7th, was when my friend, Ethel Blaze on here, committed suicide. And that is absolutely what these people are trying to get me to do. I mean, how else do you take it? And she mocked that again as well. Salty Siren said, yeah. She's like, oh, I bet Joshua S. John is going to say that I'm telling him to go die and get underground. Yeah, you are. And he doesn't say that because he just tries to ignore you, and he's better than that. But I just want to document this. Like, no one's going to do it for me. No one's going to... I know you guys are there supporting me. I'm putting on my socks. I'm getting ready to go. I need to go take care of my mom. I might keep this live going. It's just that obviously I'm not going to respond or anything or read the chat when I'm driving. But there are so many things I have to take care of, and I wake up, I have to take something to get me to actually sleep. And I wake up to this nonsense. Joshua said, Kai, have courage. He wants to instill fear into you. It's all mind games to break your psyche so he can suck off your torment. I'm sorry you're going through this, but there is a way for you to win. You're so right, Joshua. Every time you come in, and all you guys, man, I just calm down. It's just so... I just felt like my muscles relaxed after I read you and all that you said, Joshua. And every time I read what you say and your energy and everything, I'm just like, oh my goodness, this is like so profoundly healing. Like, I have chills going through my body right now, just being so thankful for you guys here. I know he's trying to feed off of my loosh. He's trying to get me riled up. And I am a person that is very sensitive, you know? And he would prey on this, you know, he would prey on all of us. He does everything he does. Bell said, Josh, we're in this together. Yes, we are in this together. He's stirring up unresolved trauma and abuse so that he can psychologically torture you. Yeah, every single time. That's all he does. And that's why it's like, oh, it's not just haha, let it go, just laugh at him. No, Demon Slayer, he's actually psychologically torturing me in all of my former past trauma. But you wouldn't care if Derek or I ended our lives. And I wasn't spreading hearsay about Derek. I had people, probably Steven himself, you could have recorded that and used as your content and proof, Demon Slayer, but no, instead, you said, why would you spread hearsay? I'm like, I just have people coming into my chat saying that Derek scammed him. Why do you spread hearsay with no proof when you guys know, all of us know, Jeremy, we all know, Demon Slayer, you are full of shit. Why? Because we said, where's the link where you're calling Steven a PDF? Demon Slayer called Steven a PDF, said that he abused women, that he did all of these things, that he had like a violent criminal history record, and you said it was on a link. And I distinctly remember somebody commenting and saying, what the hell, clown? There's nothing that this link even leads to. You're lying. So I can be berated and talked down to and said, what the fuck? I'm not going to even read your comment. You need mental health help. I can get so verbally abused, or in at least the written, typed up words that you're saying. But, oh, I'm the one spreading hearsay. When I'm just having probably, Steven himself, trolls coming to my channel trying to get me more upset with Derek, trying to get me to spread quote-unquote hearsay because I'm just reading their comments and I'm freaking the fuck out like, oh my god, you mean he took money from you when he said this was for a hospital or for somebody that his mom was dying of cancer? All these weird baiting things to try to rile me up and get all fucked up. And I'm sorry with you guys that I have on my channel currently, and I know who you are. That's another thing. And if I am very, cautious about any other people new to my channel, like, yeah, I'm gonna overlook your channel. I'm gonna see who you are because you have no idea what I'm dealing with. And there was a person on my channel who's like, whoa, creepy, when I just went to overlook their channel. It's public. I know they'll say, well, your shit is public, but I'm trying to figure out who these people are. Yeah, information's public, but I'm not going out looking for every single detail on the Salty Siren's life or any of these people's lives to lie and slander their name to the point that they want to self-exit. It's a totally different thing. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm at my wit's end. I can't take much more of this. I really can't. There was something else I was going to say, but again, my brain I completely lost my train of thought. Battle said, what happened to Steven to make him like this? There's no excuse. There's so many people that have gone through so much trauma. You guys included, myself included, we have gone through so much trauma and we don't act like this. My grandma always said, it's always a choice. It's always a choice. You can always choose to be kind. You can always choose to do better. You can always choose to change. G said, no, Kai, hang in there. I know you're in pain, but these creatures love to see you bothered. Exactly, Joshua. You are stronger than you know. He does not deserve one tear, not one. It's so hard not to get so emotionally stressed by this. I'm in such a dissociative state. I feel like I'm in a dream, but it's like a nightmare, like an actual, like I'm in hell. And that's why I was saying to people, like, consciousness, if this is what it all is like suffering, then yeah, like it shouldn't exist. Like this whole entire thing, I don't know if it should exist. And I wanted to watch Joshua's video that he put out. Guys, please go subscribe to Joshua and support his channel. He's all of you guys support each other's channels. I'm vouching for all of you. Goblin, G, all you really kind people. Like if you feel like you're into their content, like, there's really kind people out there that actually do give a crap. Battle is one of the most, all of you guys are the most kindest people. If I didn't have you guys here, I don't know what I would do. There's people out here dealing with this shit and they have no one. I know that's the case because I know this world is really cruel and unsympathetic, apathetic to anyone. It's getting more and more that way as time goes on. I'm rambling, I'm ranting, but I'm like also like, okay, I got my keys, I got my wallet, I have my phone, obviously I'm holding in my hand. I am now walking to the car. I'm pretty sure I have everything, but I'm like dying of thirst right now. And I got everything, but I'm like dying of thirst right now. The world is really cruel and unsympathetic, apathetic to anyone. It's getting more and more that way as time goes on. I'm rambling, I'm ranting, but I'm like also like, okay, I got my keys, I got my wallet, I have my phone, obviously I'm holding in my hand. I am now walking to the car. I'm pretty sure I have everything, but I'm like dying of thirst right now. And I got some water, but this is just, oh my god. If anybody right now like sees that stuff, I only screenshot, well, I think I screenshot one of those posts, but I don't know. You don't have to do it for me. Battle, as far as this, these images that you were, I think I screenshot one of those posts, but I don't know. You don't have to do it for me. Battle, I'm rambling, I'm ranting, but I'm like, Joshua's video that he put out. Guys, please go subscribe to Joshua and support. He does not deserve one tear, not one. It's so hard not to get so emotionally stressed by this. I'm in such a dissociative state. I feel like I'm in a dream, but it's like a nightmare, like an actual, like I'm in hell. And that's why I was saying to people, like, oh, you're in pain, but these creatures love to see you bothered. Exactly, Joshua. You are stronger than you know. He does not deserve one tear, not one. It's so hard not to get so emotionally stressed by this. I'm in such a dissociative state. I feel like I'm in a dream, but it's like a nightmare, like an actual, like I'm in hell. And that's why I was saying
I thought you said this isn't hell. You said I have no power. You laughed at me being a sorcerer. You mocked me. Here's a video for everyone. Sorcery and Victory. Really good lyrics in this. Really good.
Fire it up. I will use your mind against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. I will seek you through the darkness, storming. I will wreck you like an apocalypse, warring. A spiritual battle, a spiritual reckoning.
I will hunt you with my spirit.
Haunt you,
Haunt you.
haunt you.
Raven eyes.
We'll watch you
Flying high.
above.
Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams.
Watched by me,
You will bleed.
watched by my.
Ravens and crows.
You will find no refuge.
You will have no home.
Hell is forever.
Your tomb is here.
You cursed evil demons
Evil demons.
will burn,
You in the fire.
cannibalizing each other.
Forever and ever.
Here where you belong.
No moon, no sun
Darkness and pain.
will be your
and knows all. God already knew what we were all going to do. And God is all merciful and all forgiving. I know I struggle with the thoughts that there is any God, and I'm not using God to say I'm higher and mighty, but I know that I definitely, these people try to make you lose all hope and faith in anything. And I do understand what you're saying, Risen. I do understand. Like, I know where your heart's coming from, and that's why I came on here to just tell people, like, these young trans people, don't try to groom people into getting themselves to get into doing this to themselves. I say, as somebody, I don't want to say my particular age, but as somebody who has gone through all of this, I would say I would highly advise no one to do this. If they can help it, I would advise therapy, but a lot of therapy places are very quote-unquote woke, and they're going to just constantly affirm, and they're never going to question anybody. And there are detransitioners. That's another thing that woke me up. I was like, wow, there's a lot of detransitioners, and realizing that, you know, there's many reasons for that, and I'm not using that against, but I didn't want to make this all about trans people. It's just like I have to state this over and over and give the background of what is actually going on with me, you know, why I do find this to be abuse to a sexual abuse survivor, and then making fun of me for being trans on top of it. I mean, it's so sick. It's just like, I don't want to demonize people. And I actually, there's not, sorry, it's reconnecting, and I realize my phone is actually about to die. But there are mosques all around the world that actually are progressive, and they are, you know, including women more, and including trans people and gay people. So yes, there's gay Muslims, there's trans Muslims. I'm not denouncing anything. It's just that I've explained everything, and it's gonna get twisted, and I don't want some extreme person coming after me because I'm trans. I'm gonna screenshot whoever that is. God, there's so many trolls. Zaid. I don't know, somebody just said Zaid. Shadow Glitch. I don't know who that is. 094 blood drop. Put some kind of blood drop emoji and a bunch of caskets. I don't know, is that a plausible deniability kind of quote, you know, quote unquote, saying walking testimony? Sorry, it keeps reconnecting. Thank goodness I noticed that my phone was almost dead, because the whole live stream would have been ended, but I'm here charging it. It's crazy sad stuff what he is saying. But yeah, I was saying to Alex, you know, yeah, that's what I want to be. I want to be a walking testimony. And if God can prove me to be as one, like I said, like I'm a servant of God, then that's all I wanted to be. But this person's making me lose all faith, all hope in anything. I shouldn't shed a single tear for these monsters, but I've been dealing with this shit for fucking 3 years now. And I don't know how much more I can take it. I have a police report. If he's live streaming my live right now, okay, how many times do I have to show that there's a police report? Back in 2025. And then I have another one that was done this year. But that's what we're dealing with, guys. Even the police are terrorizing civilians, because we know that a lot of the police are actually Freemasons. And I'm having dog walkers. G brought that up with the dog walkers. That was weird. I never saw those people. I've never seen that person before. I've never seen those dogs before. But I mean, of course, you know, there's dog walkers. There's people. Just happens to be there's a one headlight going on, like in cars driving by where I live all the time. For some reason, I guess the cops allow them to illegally drive with one headlight, but the cops won't help me. And I will say the police officer's last name. I said it in another live to just document this. It was Deputy Atkin, who wrote the last one. we don't know if they're actually taking this serious because they're like, oh, it's online. It doesn't matter. But when you're talking about like, oh, I'm going to go where you live and I'm going to surveillance you and I want a bunch. You really think that's not plausible deniability. You really think that he's going to get people that he knows that he also calls peasants because he's like, I'm going to rent this out to these peasants. Do you really think they're going to be living around specifically in all these mobile homes that he's going to buy out, which you can't rent mobile homes, you dumbass? You think he's going to do that and have these people surveil me while he calls them peasants? Does that make any sense? Hold on one moment. Here you go. See, this is another thing. I needed to pour some more water in the bowl because it was too low and Bella couldn't reach it. But that's another thing. Like, I have so many things I have to take care of. And I can't be dealing with this anymore. And anything, for whatever it's worth, like, I'm just continue to document stuff. This Athelene again says you're CGI, an automated program running scripts. Okay. Cool story, bro. Risen said, I believe Holy Mount Zion. What's CGI? Twisted said, I don't get Steven. He's calling people names while crying as a victim. Yeah, isn't that weird? These narcissists always have to play the perpetual victim when they're actually absolute menaces on society, just like Diane was, just like that other person, AI antinatalism. CGI, Alex, stands for computer-generated imagery. They're trying to say I'm AI. They're probably under an AI psychosis like Matthew David Whiter. I hope I can be heard okay. But Matthew David Whiter thinks that everybody's AI, and he thinks he's the only real person, and these people are losing their minds. I'm just checking if I can be heard. I'm checking if I can be heard. Testing.
I'm just checking.
Why is it cutting out?
Checking if I can be heard. Testing. I'm just checking.
Why is it cutting out? Okay, anyway. Okay, I can... Definitely, sound is working. It's just crazy how the chat jumped up from like a shit ton of people to now there's like 2 people. But I'm so glad you guys are talking in the chat. Because it looks to me like we're really building a community here of people who are targeted individuals. And this shit is so real, guys. Like, if you don't even think that it's like, oh, it's the government doing this, it's on a spiritual level. It's on a deeply spiritual level. But I just want to show who this person is. Who said these really weird, bizarre things, like the blood and caskets. I'm not going to block you, and please, mods, do not block the trolls. It's just more evidence. This is actual criminal activity, if they have anything to do with that other person. Oh my gosh. Oh no. This is Matthew David Whiter himself coming into my chat room. And this is where he has been going on trying to slander the names of other people. Oh my gosh, I guess I'm now considered CGI. I just talked about that, and then he's actually in the chat room right now. Hey Matthew, I have nothing against you. I just think that you really do need help. You need to stop doing this to people. I'm not part of the Red Triangle group. I'm sure you think that that is the case, but no, I'm not CGI, I'm not plastic. I'm a real human being. I was actually crying on my last live stream. I cannot believe you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Please get help. Please. If you are not concerned about anything when it comes to the mental health field, then what is wrong with getting a psychological evaluation? I really intend the best for you, dude. And I actually, one of the reasons I brought you up only is because Aaron Haywood said that you were the sanity machine. He said that you were Stephen Killeen, and I just think it's kind of funny because obviously you're not. But on a spiritual level, dude, you people are acting exactly the same. You know, people I've known online, like G and Sticky. I love Sticky. I think he's hilarious. In fact, I was listening to his No Hotel Spell song when I was walking back home. I thought that song was amazing. Sticky TT6 actually creates music. He doesn't make AI slop music, you know? He actually is an artist. So this dude is talking to an AI bot, and it's like, you need real people in your life. You need a hug, dude. Twisted said, oh, I read that. Risen said, Jesus. Yes, call upon the name of Jesus. Peace be upon him. Goblin said, some are cooked without noticing. Alex said, hope you don't mind I invite Jesus. No, absolutely, I don't mind at all. Please do. Please invite Jesus. I love Jesus. Jesus was my grandmother's best friend. And there, I can't think of the name of the, in the garden, there's that hymn, Walking with Jesus. I don't want to say it because I start crying. Oh my God. I start crying because that song was played when my grandmother passed away. And that was one of her favorite hymns, is Walking in the Garden. As you know, Alex, you know, that was very lovely of Anna to make that beautiful memorial video of Miska playing that song. I invited Woden. Who's Woden? Is that some kind of pagan deity or something? Hey everyone, Battle said, thank you for saying hello to everyone in the chat, Battle. I invite you all, as long as you're kind. Alex said, have a blessed night. Peace to your households. Okay, you're heading out. Alex, have a good day, if you are. Goblin said, much love, Kai. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed king reigns. Perish unsubbed for me, I moved on. Oh, yeah, Peric, or whatever, how it's pronounced, definitely has some kind of mental issues going on. They were saying, you're the type of person that I would, you're the type, what was it that they said? It's probably better that you move on. I don't know how long you had a connection with that person, but it's probably best to move on because you really don't want to associate with somebody who says stuff like this. I'm the greatest of all times. You're just a rotten mushroom making real people. Oh, I guess I'm not real again. Here we go with the psychosis of everyone's fake, but I'm real. But people want to shoot you down. Real people want to shoot you down. I didn't target you. I'm allowed to make commentary. I'm a trans person myself. I'm allowed to make commentary on the problematic bullshit that I see in that community. And no, you're not going to gaslight an actual biological female and call me a misogynist. That's insane. Ophanim, you are protected. Ophanim, who's that? There's so many people that try to spin everything and I think make us second guess ourselves and say, oh no, that deity or this deity or whatever is, oh, I looked that up. It means wheels in Hebrew are enigmatic celestial beings from Judeo-Christian tradition. Oh, interesting. Wow, I love learning all these words. That's why I'm looking into Islam. I look into all religions or faiths, you know. I love to learn about all cultures. I love to see how everybody worships God. And people try to spin it like, oh no, you're worshiping the devil, you're a Luciferian. There's people making videos that, oh, Allah is actually, you know, it's not the real God. You know, everybody's just trying to connect to their creator and the love. It all comes from within, you know. G said, hey Kai, welcome back. You got frozen up. Did you get all your errands done for the night? Yeah, I did, G. I can't even eat if I wanted to right now, but I went and got gas. I got my mom her medication, and I just want to quickly go over this right now, but I am going to go eat more eventually. I want to make this as brief as I can, but I would like to go live. I know it's like a lot more later, not a lot, but I don't want to put you on the spot. Like, these people are so crazy, they'll want to know the location, but I did want to go live with you if you still wanted to, or we could set up another date, and we can talk on the phone. I would love that as well. I'm just highly stressed out right now. I might have to just, after this live, I might have to just take a breather and call it a day as far as being on here, and yeah, just take a break. But I would like to go live. If you do go live later and you do StreamYard, I'd love to try to come up and talk. Matthew is in your chat under, oh, that's Matthew. Yeah, now I just read the chat. I just figured that out. Yeah. Occult Examiner, hello, how are you? Hey, Occult Examiner, how you doing? The chat is working great. Can you keep this one up, Kai? Yeah, definitely. I'm going to try to keep this one up. There's just some, you know, when you're put on the spot in your live and you're just frantically, like, going through all these crazy things, you know, there's mishaps that happen, things that you don't want to be seen, or you misspoke. Like, just like my mom said, that's why she wanted to explain why she wasn't eating. It's not because I'm not feeding her. It's just she's stressed out by this, and I just didn't want him to use that she's like, that was my thinking. And it's, like, hard for me to cook meals for myself. I'm stressed out by this stuff, and I would consider, like, that a form of elderly abuse for them to do to my mom, to stress me out and her out by saying, oh, we're gonna go buy property where you are and surveil you and, you know, all this other shit. And I'm sure, like, these people have said awful things about my mother. Matthew, you have severe AI psychosis. You need help badly. Take a deep breath, Kai. You got this. Thank you. Matthew, why would you be in Kai's chat? You have lost your mind. Now you have an AI girlfriend that you have named Vinny? You think that's normal? You have become AI's bitch, Matthew. Battle said, I don't know a lot of people in the chat. a cult examiner came over or found out about me, I believe, through Ashes. Those two know each other. There's another cult on here, Ammon Hillman's cult, that weird shit. And there's people that escaped from that, so that's kind of more where they're coming from. People need to stop being such evil bullies. If you do not like Kai, then move on. Yeah, that's all I want. Just like, if you don't like me, just move on. I said I intend these people well, every single one of them. If you don't repent and you don't actually be a better person, I don't want to know what your afterlife is, but I think that you've actually forfeited your hereafter, especially if you've done spell work, and if the result, which I do believe in my heart of hearts, that person, TSM, was behind the death of my dog, because of all the energy that was being sent to me. I was having serious spiritual attacks. I was having these thoughts like I should just end my life. I was having such severe depression that I do think I know what you mean when it comes to anhedonia. My jaw was hurting with grief because of how absolutely sad I was. And the devil always comes to seek, steal, kill, and destroy. Stop being nasty here. Yes, thank you, Occult Examiner, for being here and saying these words. Bell said, yeah, we all know Steven will talk about Kai. He's live now. Well, if I go live long enough, he'll eventually pop up. You know, he'll have to make it about him like he did on my former lives. When I was just wanting to talk about spirituality, I was wanting to talk about this psychic that I met who was the first and I think she actually needs to repent. I think she thinks she's working with God, but I don't think she is. These people could be talking to demons for all you know. And she was into all that new age crap, and she was basically like, it's just funny because her name was Marie, and now he's calling me that. So somebody who psychologically abused me and said, you chose this, like you chose coming here. That's just a belief. We don't know that for sure. But that was the first time I had ever heard someone say, you chose this. And I had many experiences with her that I would love to share. The things that I've been through, you know, the lessons that I've learned, how I feel like I'm a walking testimony myself, going through all the things. And I only went to her house because I met her through my community college, and I did meditation with her, and I learned from her. She wanted me to be her little lapdog, and she even said she wanted me to move in with her. She really wanted me to be like her little slave. And when I saw what she was doing and how she was using me, I'm like, hell no. I think she tried to ruin my life. And I'm not going to go into detail because every bit of trauma that I talk about on here is going to be used against me. I would never use someone's trauma, all their traumatic events against them. That is sadistic. G said he is doing it because it bothers you. Yes, community organized stalking is very real, and it is hidden until it's not, G said. Yep, I am believing more and more and more and more. I had the police tell me you should delete that review when it comes to the jabs at the LGBT mental health clinic that they were just giving these free shots to. And I'm like, where's your balls, dude? Where's my freedom of speech? Oh, you don't want me talking about that? Why? Are you now am I now on some kind of list because I've stated the truth because I'm not going to be complicit with tyranny? A cult said, yeah, gay, I am gang stalked because I left a cult and then showed them to the world. Yep, the Ammon Hillman cult, right? That guy is seriously, he's got issues. Battle said, yeah, I'm glad to be here in the chat. A cult said, very spiritual level. Do these people not have a real life? So freaking weird, because I heard that our stalkers get paid. Like 90% of them get paid by someone to mess with others. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I really think is going on. I really, really do. And to say that, oh, Derek and now him joined forces together, I was like, oh my goodness. I will state right now, Derek has, and people will try to get information, but you're going to just incriminate yourself if you give out my real name to people, my last name, which that's what really freaked me out when Steven was saying, oh yeah, Derek and I, we've communicated. I've donated to him. I have his phone number. I'll call him tonight. And I'm like, oh my goodness. No, you stalked and harassed this dude too, to the point he wanted to self-exit. No, I'm not taking your bait. But Derek does have my last name. That's how much I trusted him. I trusted him with some of my deepest, most profound secrets. But some of the things he told me, I'm not going to keep a vault on because I'm not his friend. I don't want to be his friend. And I think it's kind of sick that, saying that your parents or family members or people within your family thought you were a sociopath because you used to torture animals as a kid. No, you treat me like shit, it's all coming out. If you tell my name, you're incriminating yourself. And I really don't think that Derek and Steven are working together. That's why I had to come live and say, look, I don't want to keep going on about these people. I don't want to keep talking about these people. But they keep trying to interject themselves into my reality. And I'm just going to state, for my own documentation, for my own safety. So those people that come in and say, oh, you're still talking about this, just ignore it. I get it. I know you have to ignore it to some level. But when these people group together and people are being paid to actually harass, like 95% of them, we know that there are many deeper things going on. We do know that there are secret societies out here that are actually trying to literally KI double hockey stick God and any expression of God and any servant of God. They're trying to slander and make them look terrible. There's tons of content out here. I wanted to be one of those people like Justice on here and his channel. I wanted to be somebody, but now he can't even do lives because his lives are always under attack. He can't even go live. They're always messing with his shit. We are under some extreme forms of terrorism right now. And so if you don't want to watch my channel, you don't want to watch my stream, you don't have to. I'm sick and tired of people letting others abuse others, watching this abuse go on and on for years and not doing a single damn thing about it. And it's very worrying to report these people to the FBI because they could very well be on it. But I do know that whether that's his actual name or not, Stephen Killeen, I don't think it is. He was put on an FBI report by Derek. And Derek got very mad at me for not doing the FBI report. When it's very stressful to write out all your trauma and try to relive it all and write it out for somebody to see that you know will end up not giving a shit about it. And even Derek said, he made some claim that he's working for the FBI. I don't believe that. I don't believe anything he says. That's why I don't have him as a friend. I don't keep friends like that. I don't like people who discard others who only had the best intentions and love for them. That's a narcissist. That's a spiritual, actual blood-sucking vampire. And he also does witchcraft. Derek, if you're listening, you're forfeiting the hereafter if you keep doing that shit. I wouldn't do that. And when you wanted me to do witchcraft against Stephen, sure, I may have played naive and stupid and said, yeah. But you know what I said? I said, I intend and I pray this for the highest good of all, that everything will resolve itself and I leave it up to God. I wanted all of you to intend the best for you and for you all to heal and move on. But you were cursing Stephen. And you did. And then Stephen came on to me and said, oh, yeah, Derek told me that you were the one that wanted to plot a murder against me and that you were the one that wanted to do the swatting thing. No, that's all Derek. That's all his doing, and I have nothing to do with it, and I don't want to associate myself with anyone that does witchcraft and messes with any of that shit and makes all these crazy videos threatening people. Which the whole thing why he targeted Derek in the first place is because he stalked and harassed this man and Charles, his friend, to the point where he wanted to self-exit. And this was ongoing for years. And he was put into reactive abuse and basically told Stephen he wanted to threaten violence against him. And so, no, you're not going to paint me as violent. He was going on his live stream yesterday saying I'm very dangerous. That's why he wants to get people around where I live surveilling me for him. Well, you can't rent out mobile homes, you dumbass. You call me a dumbass all the time? Call me a dumbass in that stupid cringy AI slop song? I don't want to put a target on your back, Sticky. Sticky TT6 makes actual fucking music. He's an actual artist. Just like London Man, just like Joshua, just like so many people out here who are actually artists, who are actually creative, and these people have no authenticity. They can't have friends, so they try to destroy all your friendship and support. And they can't stand it that you have actual genuine connections and people who love and care about you, and that you also do as well, because it's something that they can never possess. And if anyone thinks that that guy is your friend when it comes to Derek or Stephen, you are absolutely dead wrong, because a friend would never block people. I mean, Derek blocking all of our numbers except mine and triangulating, saying you're the only one I want to talk to. I can't stand these other people, basically. Like, let me just talk to you. It's all triangulation. He probably says that to everyone. Oh, I can't talk to these people, so I'm just going to block them. Like, would you continuously block people and say I'm going to end my life and all this stuff every single month and think that people want to deal with that when you're emotionally manipulating them? And especially when it comes to savings, I definitely am not going to. I've talked to a number of people, and I'm going to say straight up, people I've talked to said what Derek did was straight up robbery. I don't care if, you know, he's trained in martial arts for years and years and years. That's great and all, but I would never recommend you as a martial arts teacher or a survivalist teacher or a teacher of anything at all. Because of how not only do you have bad business practices and you were not doing it legally in the state of Massachusetts, you have to, there's ways to go about it. I didn't sign anything. I agreed, maybe in text, said, okay, yeah, I will pay you, but you also said you would make accommodations for people and you'd understand, and you said I made accommodations for everyone. Well, you never, when I was thinking I'm going homeless and my mom, I thought was dying and I was gonna live in my car and drive all the way out there, you just kept berating me for money. So does that make sense to you? Does that sound like a friend? Does that sound like a good business person? Somebody you're learning martial arts from, and they're saying now I'm financially fucked because I thought you guys were serious, but now you're the liars because you aren't paying me. He did that to Stormy too, but yet Stormy the Gray is on his channel, and I know a lot more about Stormy, and if she's listening in, and if you were the one that told Derek that I was talking shit on him, this is public. He can listen to this himself. I would say all of this shit to his face. I would say all this shit to these abusers' faces, but I don't want you in my life. And I heard a lot more about Derek. He has a restraining order and all the rest. People that were once viewers of him that used to watch his channel, women said, I don't feel comfortable anymore. I wouldn't want to be in the same room with that guy. All he does, from what I've heard, I don't watch his videos, but all I hear is that he just verbally abuses his viewers now. And I saw his sub count really drop. But anyway, I don't want to keep talking about him. Somebody messaged me and said, stop talking about Derek. Well, why are you all defending somebody who is so emotionally abusive to other people and was willing to tell the entire internet, including me and Kismet Spiral, how to end our lives? Are you part of a death cult? Are you part of these gang stalkers? Crazy day. Crazy day indeed, Battle. A cult said, my grandmother sang to me Old Rugged Cross. I'll have to look that up. I played it for her funeral on my flute. Oh, wow. That's beautiful. I really have to go look that one up. The Old Rugged Cross. I think I've heard of that song. It sounds familiar. The trauma from gang stalking is really hard for others to get if you haven't experienced it, but once you've been through it, you can tell it in others. Oh, yes, you can. That's why I said, don't call these people crazy. Don't call us crazy. Don't say we're neurotic and we're paranoid. You have no idea what we're going through. That's why I said, guys, don't tell people to shut up. Don't tell people to mute it. Don't these people saying put a muzzle on it, they get all of these narcissists act the same. Just shut up, just shut up. No, because you don't want to be exposed. Tough shit. Toughen up, Buttercup. You say that all the time. Toughen up, Buttercup. I have a mind of my own. I have a voice of my own. I have vocal cords that God gave me that I can speak what I want. You're slandering so many people, and I'm not going to tolerate this bullshit anymore. Sticky did a really good job with the songs. It was pretty darn creative. G said, yeah, his fucking music is amazing. I love it. I love his energy. He's also, you know, he grows cannabis. No problem with that. You know, I'm all for that. 420 it up if you want. While you're here right now, let's just try to relax and enjoy life as much as possible, as long as we're not hurting ourselves or others. Bell said, Steven is watching your live right now. Oh, well, there we go. There's evidence of stalking. Am I over there watching his live? Am I over there doing all of this? No. Our chats are showing up. Yep. He's, again, surveilling a minor. I knew if I went live long enough, that was going to be the case. And you showed what they were saying in that chat. Thank you so much, Battle. That was so sweet of you to screenshot that. But that's why I'm saying, like, if you're just going to come and drop in and say hi and you don't know what I'm going through or you don't care, why even subscribe? I mean, come on. There's people on here, I am subs to a lot of people that I don't even look at, I don't even watch. But there's some people on here that I dearly love. And I love going into your lives. And I love supporting you. G, Sticky, you know, others, if you went live. Occult Examiner said AI girlfriend. G said, boom, you said it, Kai. Matthew needs a hug, but I wouldn't go near him. He would probably stab the person who gave him a hug. Yeah, I'd be afraid to give that dude a hug. I don't know what. People need human touch. People need love in their lives. That's kind of why they go into this kind of psychosis to begin with. But some people are actually lost causes, and you really can't help them. They're just nasty. They have no sense of humor. Like Sticky was saying, he is completely tone deaf. He can't read the room. Yeah, I have been deep in that occult doo-doo. It's not pretty. I'd love to chat more with you, Occult. I'm so glad you're here. G said, I didn't block him, Kai. I would not do that unless he wanted me to, but he was definitely sending you death threats with the coffins he sent in the chat. Yeah. These people are nuts. Battle said, guys, careful. This stream is actively on Steven's live. Occult said, who is Steven? I'm so new. Bullies don't scare me. I got about 1,000 Satanists mad at me. Wow, dude. I'm so sorry for you, Occult Examiner. I know Ashes, we are all standing together. We are standing against these satanic human shaitan right now. And we have the power. Do not give them power. Their delusions hold no power here. Steven is our arch nemesis. He's stalking this live as we speak. I hate to give him, you know, name or whatever. He's going to say, oh, they're talking about me. Oh, they're so obsessed with me, like he does all the time. No. You have 2 police reports. You have an FBI report done by Derek. People were going to end their lives because of how much this person harasses people. And I posted a video. If you check in my former live, Sean the Truth channel said 3 years ago, this guy has been stalking and harassing hundreds of people. So check out my playlist on my channel. I'll show it to you guys right now. If anyone watches this and you need a little, you know, people say, oh, you keep talking about the same thing. You keep repeating yourself. Well, there's people that need to understand. Like, I don't expect people to go and watch all my lives, especially when they're so long. So yes, I do have to repeat myself, unfortunately. And I do, and I can talk about these people as much as I want to. But it should be a completely and utterly public playlist that you guys can look at. I'm looking at it right now. Or I'm looking for it, at least. I have a lot of playlists, but it's public. I need to take a breather, too, right now, because holy crap. I've been talking, and I'm not even probably even near halfway, you know, with the chat. I'm just looking on another profile so I can see my public playlist so you guys can understand who I'm talking about, because I'm not going to give him power by saying his name. You can go to my live... sorry, this is so disorientating. Trying to talk and thinking and doing all these other things. But okay, look, guys, this is my channel, right? This is my channel. You can go to my playlist. Oh, I guess it's pretty far down. These are the only 3 people that I'm dealing with online that have been stalking and harassing me and others. And if you want to know who I'm talking about now, right here, who is recording my live stream right now, apparently stalking me, is this person. And you can go check out his content. You know, the Demon Slayer didn't give a fuck about me, but I added a ton of his videos in here, and you can go look this up. You can go check it out. Sanity Machine, there you go. I shared a video from another person exposing him in my former live, which is up right now. You can still view that. You can go check that out. The video that I shared was, let's see, it was called Sean's Truth channel. If you type in the Sanity Machine exposed, you will see, you know, there was other people that made videos about him, but he went so hard on them and he just harassed the hell out of them that they either left YouTube and they took down the videos. And so we don't have all the exposure that we could have, right? This is a beautiful video. I don't mean to put a target on you, Joshua, but he has been dealing with this. This was 2 years ago. This is what, if you put the Sanity Machine exposed, there you go. You can see that channel does his thing and he does incredible work. This is a true artist right here. Steven is very jealous and envious of him, but this is what online narcissistic abuse looks like. And there's his channel. And this is this guy who is stalking and harassing me, saying, open up your legs. I'd love to cut the arms off of demons while calling me a demon. Since he's live streaming me and he hates this channel and he hates being exposed and he never plays this stuff, here you go, Steven. Here you go. I'm live right now.
grifter. People love the grifter. They love giving me those shekels. They love giving me those shekels. I want all the shekels. I want all the shekels.
Deal with you. I bet since draw shit, you want to see what I can draw?
Don't beg. I'm not a money grubber, shekels beggar. Not a grifter.
This is
You want to talk about insulting?
because I'm not the villain. Not when I had good intentions. See, I'm not upset with people that are new and they don't know what's going on, but I have to constantly explain this, and I had some anonymous person telling me, why are you still talking about this? And now I very much doubt who that person is, and I don't trust them. And everything I said, you know, is what I would have said and what I meant. Don't twist it. Don't try to twist me into the villain, because I'm not the villain. Not when I had good intentions. Whether you think I'm a walking testimony or I am a servant of God or whatever, and you want to claim that instead, like, no, then you would allow me to voice and talk about the things that I want to talk about without having a fit. It's probably because you don't want to be exposed. I'm just saying. I'm so thirsty, and I thought I had put my water in the freezer, but I didn't. I actually need to get more water. Let's see. Sorry, hold on, guys. I will be right back. I mean, I'm right here. I'm right here. It's just that I need some water.
Voice created and sponsored by Pfizer. That's a big harm of Pfizer voice. Fake testosterone that they get. I don't know where they make that. I don't know where they get the fake testosterone from that they put into needles. Where do they get that from? Is this thing shooting up with testosterone?
Okay,
What a
I'm
schnoz.
I know I'm so probably far behind the chat.
Shut up.
My arch nemesis.
Shut up. What a schnoz. What a schnoz. What a schnoz.
Okay, I'm here. I know I'm so probably far behind the chat. My arch nemesis says that Jesus was a child trafficker, especially in Discord. Yeah, that guy's obsessed with that. Oh, G just went live. I would love to join her. Held hostage by terrorists. That's G's channel. She's going live right now talking about Matthew. Document what you need to, G. Fist bump. I got your back always. She says, every bit of trauma I talk about will be used against me. Powerful quote. That's what Matthew David Whiter and Joey Barnes do all the time. They are absolute monsters. Bad karma is coming for them. Bad karma is coming for Matthew, Steven, Joey, all of these sick, vindictive sloths. Ashes said, Kai, I am so pissed at Steven. Battle said, it's sad that he spends hours talking bad about people. Hey, Ashes, how you doing? I'm sorry, I'm catching up with the chat. You said I tried to call you. I'm here for you. Fuck those gang stalkers. Thank you so much, Ashes. You know, we can definitely talk. I don't mind. You know, we'll talk soon. Thank you for contacting me and calling me. He's now trying to dox my location, saying he's gonna get people to buy up these houses to surveil me. He thinks I'm dangerous. Blah 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 bullshit. I do know magic. I ain't afraid to use it. Occult said. Yeah, I mean it's you're on your own path, and if that's what you're into and you know it, like I think in a sense I feel magic within like the intent of the things I do, you know, and that's kind of how, you know, in my artwork is kind of like my magic. I do intentions with some of my art and the energy that I want it to put off and everything, which, you know, magic can be even, you can define it as colors and shapes and images and things that just, you know, provoke something for the subconscious mind. And yeah, that's cool. Battle said we got a full house in the chat. Yeah, for once, like I've actually been gone live enough where I haven't been disrupted, where I can actually read the chat and see what you guys are all saying. Javim and I will run protection prayer and interference. We see you are being abused by them. Thank you, Ashes. I was actually mentioning that live, not the live, I keep saying that prayer you posted on my community tab. And I posted that. And it's not a temporary post. So you guys, if you want to hear that, it's a Sufi prayer. And I didn't play it all. It wasn't in Arabic, and when it's in Arabic, it really feels a lot more powerful to me, but I still loved it. You know, I'm still gonna play it. And thank you anyone who's sending me prayers and good intentions, and anyone else who is dealing with this insanity. Occult said, me and Ash will bring the fire rain. Thank you. It will pour. She said, now Matthew will take your picture and run it through his biased girlfriend, Venice, that is actually an AI bot. Matthew has severe AI psychosis. Matthew is the bitch of an AI chatbot. Oh yeah, he's probably gonna take my images of me in those fishnets and dressed up with a wig and makeup and say that I'm some kind of plastic doll or some crap. I know. Ashes, he is dumb. He is stalking you. Yeah, he's actively... Is he still going live and recording this? I'm sorry. Occult said I have stalkers. She said, and it's actually good. Did you see the beginning of that debate? What debate? Let me put all messages. Maybe I'm not... I hope I'm catching up with the chat. And if you do see any trolls, just leave them. It's just more incriminating evidence. Let me see. Where am I going here? I'm trying to go back up in the chat. There's so much. Here we go. So sorry, guys. I'm so trying to catch up with everything you're saying. And I want to make sure I read all your chats, but just know. Oh, he's in the chat right now. Oh my God. Oh, yes, but I'm the one stalking. Right. Oh, I can't even go up now. I think I missed some of your comments. Because I can't even go up now. I'm sorry, I missed some of your comments. Cuckoo said, you embarrassing lowlife. Bring it on, Junior. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, you loser, Diablo? Ashes said, I will go willingly and bring back souls who need help, because I am a noble and true and tried in fire. G said to El Diablo, what is your problem, bro? Battle said, I have the crown, Steven, not you. Occult said, the law would tell you to block them. You have enough evidence to block this nasty fuck. Oh, he's already blocked. I can't see him. I've blocked all of his accounts. I can't see him. So when I'm reacting to you guys mentioning him, that's the whole thing. I was going live a couple of days, like I was wanting to talk about this psychic I met and some of the stuff that I got into and what I realized wasn't really for me. And I think he's trying to, like, I'm actually teaching, I think, something that it's not just my teachings. I'm telling people the truth. That there's certain things that you really do need to leave it up to God. And God is always in control anyway. So, I mean, it's just like, that's why he's trying to go over me, and then he's trying to rile me up and bait me and say, oh, you're not a Muslim. You're wishy-washy. One time you're not, next minute you are, and it's because you're trying to make me lose my faith, and you're trying to get me away from teaching the principles, the good principles of the Quran and Sufism, which I said. And I'm like, I don't really want to label myself as anything because people judge everything. And there are extremists in every, sector of religion and faith. So, no, I don't want somebody going after me, but I was wanting to share a really sweet video with you guys. This is what I would love to share, is things that I want to talk about. I was wanting to share this really beautiful video that actually made me cry every time I watch it. It's about all these mosques around the world that are progressive and they want to include women and trans people. Occult, I'm just going to call you Examiner. The law would tell you to block them. But yeah, they do say that. Well, why don't you just block them? Well, they are, and they're incessant, and they go on multiple accounts, and they get other people to harass people. The cops don't care, guys, because they're in on a lot of this shit. We need to be boots on the ground, helping each other out as a community for anyone that is actually dealing with this, actual civilians. The government has gone rogue. We are fucked. Cuckoos said, I would love to meet you, Diablo, just one time. Ashes said, look at Stephen cry in my presence like Amon did. Is he crying? How he always goes, wah, 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 boo-hoo. So about everybody else, you're all just a bunch of crybabies. This guy is shitting his fucking pants right now. He's surveilling a chat that has a minor. And that person is on Justin's channel, who he mocked, said the most disgusting things, saying he has pock marks all over his face and just making fun of his looks and all, saying he has a big nose, just like how he does to me. I almost want to cry because it's just so sick to see people like that tear a person down and the way that they look. Meanwhile, why don't you cam up? Why don't you cam up and show who you are? Dutch said gatekeepers are, their problem is impotent manhood, among other things. Ash just said, mwah. Ammon ain't fucking shit. Yeah, guys, I saw that from a mile away. That's why I left his channel. I wasn't on there. If you want to know how long I was on the Lady Babylon channel, it was when he started putting out that really shitty music, or somebody else did, whoever made that music and the AI crap. I was like, oh yeah, this guy's a joke. I can't take him seriously anymore. Vampires love hell, Asha said. He runs from me. Religious freak. The nightly fucking leader of a what the fuck ever cult. Steven is probably coming back. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he will be back. Cults suck, cults suck, cults suck. Yes, they do. Don't get into any cults, guys, because this is the mentality. They will try to destroy you once you are a dissenting voice and you leave the cult. You will get hell to pay. And I wasn't ever part of a cult. I was just thinking I'm watching a YouTube channel. As she said, once Steven made a video mocking me, and the next day he took his channel down like a wuss. And then he simped for Rose 777. Yeah, Rose 77 is a known shill and a known, like, she's definitely an agent. And so when, yeah, that was going on, I was like, oh my God. And Rose 77 said that I was an idiot. Rose, you'll probably never watch my content, but I'm just going to put it out into the ethers. I don't know who you are. I've never talked to you, just like all of these other trolls and people who harass people. You're calling me an idiot. Meanwhile, you've been exposed by Jake the Asshole, who's now Jake the Awake, and other people. And that cringy baby truther thing that she was on. Ooh. Watching those animated babies with the adult heads on their bodies or whatever that was. It seemed like a bad acid trip. It was disgusting. I don't know these people, but yeah, he simped for her. Can you believe that? That's fucking hilarious. And she sent for him. Everything that she said sounded so disingenuous and fake, because these people are. Battle said, I'm a minor. I hope he doesn't talk about me. I hope he doesn't either. That's why I wanted to put out on here, like, please, guys. He's trying to paint me that I'm probably a PDF, that I'm dangerous, that these people were like, why are you entertaining minors? Well, you know, people can come to my channel, and this is why I did want to make it a channel that was more inclusive for people, and why I'm trying to learn not to cuss, why I'm trying to be more of a safe space for people, because you never know who's watching. And you need to be careful with what you're saying, because you could be, you know, you're impressing certain things on people's minds, and could be young minds. And that's why, again, I had to state, like, I don't stand for what Derek was doing at all. I totally missed some of the chat because I went down too far and I couldn't catch up, but hopefully I can go and look and see what you guys said. I'm so sorry. Go read a fucking book, dude. Yeah, that's what I wanted to actually do more of. I actually wanted to read the Quran more. I was listening to it on audio here on YouTube, but here I am dealing with this bullshit, you know. Shaitan always wants to distract. The devil always wants to distract you. Ashley said he hasn't said anything about me since last time when he got that divine ass whipping. The cult said girls what dudes with a brain. Oh, girls want dudes with a brain. Yeah. Hell yeah. Cuckoo, you said, why are you named handsome, by the way? How embarrassing. You have to name yourself like that. Yeah, that is pretty cringe. Like, if I called myself handsome, he'd be like, oh, you're so full of shit. You're so full of yourself. One time I said I'm highly psychic. I'm highly intuitive. And he's like, oh, look how full of this person's so full of themselves. I am highly intuitive. And it's just growing by the day. And Marie actually told me, and other people, other psychics, other people that had intuitive gifts and whatnot. We all do. We all are intuitive. And we can work on these gifts. But I had multiple people tell me, including a trans woman that I was friends with. I don't know where they disappeared. Obviously, they kind of like completely went AWOL on the internet. But this person told, that person, Marie, other people told me that one of my main spiritual gifts is an animal communicator. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to grow as I get older. He has creepy eyes like almond. Yeah, he does. Go learn to make her something to cook you dinner in. I'm not sure who everyone's replying to, but so at least one person calls you handsome. Examiner said it ain't that fucking hard to get a girl. Judge said he has sodomite eyes. That's what Sean said. He's like, oh my goodness, is this guy a sodomite? Does he shave his eyebrows? I wouldn't want to say these things to him. I'm trying so desperately hard to not bite back. And I'm not trying to gossip. I'm just saying these people have tried to ruin people's lives. People could have ended up dead. People could have ended up offing themselves. And so yes, I have every right. If you want to consider this gossip or backbiting, which is everything Islam and Muslims are very much against, then you need to understand I'm not trying to do that. I'm reading the comments, but I'm also stating that if you are going to harm yourself or others, I have every right to warn the public on what you have said and done. And I'm not going to be a volt when you discard me and call me, you know, up all the time and, you know, just threatening me, like harassing me, like, where's my money, bitch? I'm going to threaten to off myself if you don't do this and that. And it's like, I thought my mom was dying. The live is no longer up. But in my former live, you will say, yeah, my mom will say for herself, it's probably all been recorded, that yes, she was thinking that she was going to die last year. I was dealing with all this. Where was the empathy? Derek made a video, the Green Wizard, Lion Sword, the Unknown Apostle made a video saying empathy is everything, and this guy didn't give me diddly squat empathy for shit. A cult, I'll just call you a cult, unless you are a loser. See how he ran like a coward. He's gone, good. I don't want him around. 2 police reports and an FBI report, and this is what he does. Girls want dudes with a brain. Ashley said he lives on repeat like a cult, brainwashed El Diablo freak. They all love the devil. LOL. We have your back, Kai. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashes. A cult said devil ain't getting them laid. I want to show you a thing from the Quran that I actually shared with somebody. But sometimes people are so close-minded, like if they're Christian, they're like, no, I can't read the Quran, I can't read this, I can't look at this. Like, it's gotta be just this, and it's like, dude, you're missing out because there's similarities and there's overlapping things. So not only would this justify what the Bible is saying, and other people and other holy books are saying, but it would deepen your faith that these are the words of God that are being given. And I don't think it is like a Stockholm syndrome with God that, no, God is all merciful. It's if you repent, if you actually show you are a truly good, kind, loving person. That's what really matters. Your character. That's all what so much of Islam and the Quran and the Bible and the Sufism, they all talk about this. And I'm just trying to express it and share it on my channel. And they always go after me. I don't want to talk about these people. I want to talk about these things. And then people get mad. New people come to my channel. They're like, why are you going over this? Oh, what's going on? All this bullshit. I'm like, I don't have the time to explain everything, guys. Go to the playlist. Check out my lives. See what I'm saying. I'm like, almost thought I wanted to private them all because everything's getting recorded and everything is anyway. So look, I'm dealing with a lot of stress and I'm trying to tell you guys, I'm trying to get you guys in the loop. This guy is smear campaigning the shit out of me and he's trying to stop me from speaking so that I don't get what I'm trying to say out. I don't get what I'm going through. And other people on my channel, it's no coincidence that God brought all of you people to my channel because you guys are going through the same thing. And if people like the word God more than Allah, fine. I'll use the word God. If people don't like the word God, then put whatever you want. Love, hope, faith, everything that is good. I feel the Holy Spirit right now. I am so having chills in my spine and my body right now because I'm speaking truth. And that's what I was doing in the past. That's all I was trying to do. I felt elevated. I felt like I was unstoppable. And then this guy came into my fucking lives over and over again, harassing Battle, who is a minor. He was harassing people on my chat. I just want people to be safe. I want people to be safe. I want people to get closer to God. This is the devil, literally, a human shaitan that is trying to disrupt my voice, my freedom of speech, and slandering the hell out of me. Why do you think? Why do you think all these prophets, peace be upon them, were slandered? Why do you think there's videos by Mufti Menk and other people out there, other Muslims, other people saying, if you guys are going through this, well, here is the answers. There are so many answers in Islam that will absolutely give you all the information on how to deal with this. And that's what I was trying to study. That's what I was trying to actively show on this channel. that this guy, the Quran, Ruqya, these things will protect you against these things. I know people say, I don't believe in it. I can't believe in this stuff. Do you give it a shot? I was praying almost 5 times a day and I felt so peaceful. I felt so great. And you have to please put your peace in your heart and protect it with all your might, with all costs. Please protect your heart and protect others. That's all I was trying to do. And people are saying, like Demon Slayer, well, you need mental health help and you need to seek a therapist and go get a lawyer. It's just so flippant. You don't give a fuck. I shared your video. I shared my whole playlist has a bunch of this crap that this guy's, exposed Steven on, and he blocked Ashes too. I don't know what Demon Slayer's problem is, but he doesn't support all of us. He went after Jeremy. Jeremy said, oh, Demon Slayer hated me from the very beginning. Are you Charles? Just wondering, Demon Slayer. Because you have no problem. You don't expose yourself, but you have no problem with Charles being attacked if you aren't him. Ashes said, I know how powerful I am. Yes, we all do, and I'm so glad you know that, Ashes. I know you know that. You are a very powerful being. You are. All of you beautiful people. Be scared of me. I know how powerful I am. If Cuckoo said, if I lived in America, I would drive to another state. I would drive to another state, even I wouldn't care. I'm not sure what you mean. Occult said, peace and love, everyone who survived a dance with Ashes and me. Ashes said, be immovable. Cuckoo said, if I found out where the guy lived, this guy lives. Oh, Battle said, that was crazy. Steven was spamming here. Yeah, he's always stalking my channel. He's always recording everything. Ashes said, love you, Jevum. Let's destroy these vampires. Occult, can I just call you Jevum? Is that your name? That's just asking for more. Ashes said, Steven is a wuss puss on endless repeat. Yee, he's scared, little loser. Battle said, Steven almost made me cry. Oh my gosh. This is what I was worried about. This is what you were very upset. You deal with tinnitus, you deal with anhedonia, you deal with all this stress, and now Steven is in speaking for himself, now he's making him cry. He almost made him cry. He was really stressed out. His anxiety was through the roof with this guy.
Well, everyone. It looks like the creepy creature shut down their live stream. What a coward. What a loser. What a loser. What a creepy creature. What a creepy creature. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. Creepy creature.
Oh, this is the last go. Talking about, I don't want to have anything, sorry, I was reconnecting. I don't have anything to do with this person that came into my live stream the other night, whatever, a couple days ago. I'm just, I'm so done with this shit. I have come to realize I have been proven twice, actually more times than once, more times than twice, I mean, to trust certain people here who have always been right, have always had my back, who have always said, don't take the bait, don't let this guy Hoover back into your life. Like, I should have listened, and I just, for some reason, there's just something where I just still doubt that, like, these people could actually be honest for once, and they just aren't, and I realize that now. And if somebody is truly that much of a profound liar, and they want to use something, it just, how everything went down, it was so incredibly stressful to think that I had been even more betrayed, and that's truly so wicked, to try to tear people apart, that just always trying to, yeah, just tear others apart more and more, tear them from, not that I guess there would ever, anything. It's just, I'm trying to be vague right now. I'm trying to word my words carefully. I was just gonna say, like, as far as reconciliation, like, people who are evil and wicked, even if there will be a reconciliation or there won't be, people that in between other people and try to disrupt them and make even more drama and more content and more attention to them, I will never take the bait again. And I never want to ever go through this again. And
Wow, they said they will never take the bait again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on, everyone. Just a minute, please. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. I have a new meme for you. Hello. 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 I have a new meme for you. Hello.
disrupt them and make even more drama and more content and more attention to them, I will never take the bait again. And I never want to ever go through this again. And I am saying now, this is the final straw. I have been baited. I have been hoovered. I have been all this ongoing shit. And now I realize this guy is always going to lie. There's no truth in that person whatsoever. And I really do want that person to leave me alone. Stop recording my live streams. You know, there are minors on YouTube. There are young people. They don't need their whole conversations recorded. You don't need to berate them in the chat room, coming on my live stream in 2 different channel names. Like, this is such, if you know, you know. Is such a, hey Dutch, this person is such a manipulator. And I might sound kind of off because I am actually sleep deprived. This was so distressing to me, what happened yesterday. So incredibly distressing that I couldn't sleep. And I just can't do this to myself. I can't physically do this, mentally, emotionally, all this stress. So this is my final, you know, I'm not going to talk about that person that this individual brought up. I'm not going to talk about this individual that is titled, you know, in my the title of this. Like, if you know, you know. I don't want to have anything to do with you. So there's nothing that, you know, this is just so disturbing that people could go through something so manipulative and somebody be such a fucking profound liar. Everything. All it really came down to was taking photos off my Facebook and then trying to make me look like an ass and get angry at somebody who, yeah, I've had several people vouch for the fact that it's like, no, Kai, that was just a bait. Don't take the bait. This guy's a liar. All he does is fucking lie and try to tear people apart. I was holding off on the word reconciliation because I don't see any reconciliation, especially now coming from that person. And I honestly wouldn't be friends with these people that emotionally abuse people, that just discard people, treat people as if they're inanimate objects and as if, like, you know, we don't have feelings. And I'm just mourning the death of a person or people that never actually existed. You know, that's how it is with the narcissist. They never actually, like, that person that they claim to be was never there, never existed. It is heartbreaking. It truly is heartbreaking, but I'm just so pissed that this person would lie and try to rile me up and try to rile other people up in the chat. Were you there, Dutch? I don't think you were there at that time when... Wait, I think you're right. It's all blending together. I really need to get some sleep. I just wanted to come on and like take down my other live, and I'll probably take down many more. It's just like it's so hard not to want to react and just call this person out. But that's the thing. That's what they love. I know people have said this over and over again. Don't interact. Don't engage. I don't know why this keeps happening, and it has to be the final straw. I know this person's never going to stop stalking me. I know this person's never going to stop recording me. I know that this person's never going to stop manipulating others and trying to fuck with our minds. I want nothing to do with that person, and like I said in one of my former lives, I just wanted to have a nice time going to the channels that I like to go to. But it's mainly just one that I really go to a lot. And I'm blocked. Thank goodness that it's like you don't see me in that chat, and I don't want him to see me, but he popped up and he pretended to be somebody else. Like he always does, like popping up on Jack Talcott, popping up on Frank Monday's stream, popping up all over the place on impersonating other people. And there's nothing honest about this person whatsoever, and to try to hurt me more. I mean, this is next level sadism. It really is. That said, if you can get it, if you can't sleep, try L-theanine. It's an amino acid. It makes you sleepy, relax. It's not that expensive. You can buy it online. Oh yeah, I've heard of that stuff. I'll try to get that. Yeah, I took something. I should be passing out soon, but yeah, this like really flustered me. I'm like, how many times am I gonna have to go through thinking somebody's betrayed me in the most horrific ways? But that's what they love. They love to see you in that fear, and I'm just not giving it to these people anymore. I really do. I don't want to make really making sense now to me that in no shape or form will I ever take this bait again. I don't care what this person's saying, and I didn't see what anyone was saying in my chat because they were blocked. But it's just like I have someone on my channel and other people that like they want nothing to do with that guy. Like no one wants anything to do with him. This is my final like, I have to promise myself somehow. Like I feel like I've said this before, but I can't keep doing this. Like these narcissists hoovering back into your life, either to like play nice and act like they actually care when they really don't, versus like actually just trying to rile you up. And there's so many threats and so many things going on in those lives. I never want to endure this again. I can't afford to. And I realized looking back at it all, it wasn't that bad. Some like freaking old ass got shown to the internet, oh no, and I'm being called a creep or whatever for like using some mirroring filters on a drawing. It's so precise, when you look at it, what they're doing. They're just trying to make people look bad, and looking at the pictures, like never looking at the better work or anything like that, just trying to make me look bad. It is such as life. That's all they can do. Their jealousy knows no bounds. So what can they do? All they can do is tear people down and try to pit people against each other, try to triangulate, try to ruin people's lives. Like that's all I am saying that is ever going to come from that guy. That never again. Never again. Please, anyone that is hearing this now, if I leave it up, if you ever see me, or you ever see this guy that like comes into all these chat rooms and stalks and harasses people, he's blocked my channel, but like don't tell me what he's saying. Like nobody did. They were just reacting to him, and just block him. And because like I don't want to go. It's all gonna be lies. And I was legitimately crying, like bawling in tears, like just not knowing exactly. And I don't know exactly what's all being said, but honestly, it doesn't even have to exist in my reality. I just don't need to focus on it. There's no need to focus on it. It's done and over with. It's in the past. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for taking any bait. And thank you to those who warned me. And I confirmed it with some other person that, yeah, like, dude, don't believe anything that guy says. It's all just trying to bait me into a reaction. And that's honestly what it all is. It really all is. I don't want to say I feel foolish, but when you are in such a, not only like a trauma bond, but a very sensitive, heightened state of like feeling just so vulnerable to all this and already feeling betrayal going on, can see anything. Sorry, I was reconnecting. I don't even think this is the first time that this person has tried to bait me with this bullshit. Hey, Gravestone, I'm sorry to say to you, I'm sorry I deleted, I privated that live stream. I was just not in a good mood with like the trolls coming on my chat, distracting me, because all I want to do is just show something really quick, and just use it to document, because in a sense I kind of got doxxed, but who isn't these days? There's all kinds of evil perpetrating this shit, trying to just do the most sickest things, It's like he's done this before. He's gone onto people's Facebook profiles. He's even shown people's Facebook messages. I don't know if that's even legal, but I remember him doing that with Ollie Soul and trying to make her look bad. And it's crazy how gullible people can be. They want to make fun of Christians and call them like a flock of sheep or whatever. Or they're following a Freemasonic Bible, or they're doing this or that, or just mocking all these faiths. But meanwhile, oh. Reconnecting. People are following lol cows to the hellfire. I'm just kind of joking. Well, maybe. I mean, if people don't repent, if people don't say sorry, if they don't, like they chose that, then, and it's really weird to watch people project their fate onto other people. It's just so cringe when you see what a person, like these individuals follow something like that. Somebody that just lies and lies and lies. And I'm just sorry. I was really frustrated yesterday. I was so heartbroken. I could not believe what was going on. This is truly just such a psychological torture some days, and we're already dealing with our own hell in our own personal, spaces and minds. I missed one of the first messages that says hi from Ninu's World. Ninu's World. Hi, Ninu's World. Are you there still? Well, that's all I wanted to say, really. Sorry if I certain way. I wanted to just let this all be humped, and it seems that the only thing you can do is completely ignore it. It's weird to have somebody always constantly talking about you, recording you, but you just can't look. It's just not worth it. It's not, if it doesn't exist in your reality, like, why do you care? Gravestone said, I appreciate your apology, but I could feel the pain you've been having. Well, thank you, Gravestone, for understanding and being so gracious and, forgiving. Like, that's all I want, in life for people, is for people to heal, for people to come to a point of apologies and forgiveness. And yeah, I just appreciate you guys. I was in a lot of pain. I was like, what is going on? How much more? People don't know exactly what, maybe like the dynamics of all who these people are, but and the whole entire lore of this shit, and how we don't even know if that's even his real name. Like, I just don't even want to talk about him. He's so irrelevant, and he needs to stay that way. It's 11:11 right now. I could not sleep. That's how much this stressed me out. But I hope all of you have a beautiful day or night or wherever you are, whenever you listen to this. I'm going to bed now. All the haters, the trolls, just go away. Do not return. Like Joshua said, your delusions hold no power. It keeps reconnecting. Now I have 8 people in the chat. Wow, this is like a huge amount, and 3 likes. Thank you guys so much. It's 11:11 a.m. I'm going to bed now finally. Thank goodness I can finally rest my head and realize, oh my god. Please, people, if this ever happens again, and that I hope it never does, but you know how this guy stalks everybody's channels, like, just please tell me, don't take the bait. All right, take care. Bye.
Hello everyone. Mushroom Coyote's talking about me again. What else is new? The title is Hello everyone. Mushroom Coyote's talking about me again. What else is new? The title is Never Taking the Bait Again. Everything that TSM, who's TSM, says is a lie. Demons always say TSM. Always. These creepy calling people disgusting, calling them psychos. What a creep. Play psycho games, win psycho prizes. What a real creepy creature. He's a loser. He's a creepy psycho narc loser. and he or she, whatever, it is obsessed with me.
For years, and then got in touch with another YouTuber on here, Anti-Natalist, and he said, yeah, we were all in on it, and this woman ends up giving me food that food poisons me. So I've been dealing with some really fucking crazy shit. I hate to even watch this or give this guy any fucking amount of my attention, but just know, like, if anyone of us made a video about any of these things that he's doing to me or others, he would never let us live it down. He would make 100 more videos about us, say that, you know, we're stalking and harassing him, but yet it's okay for him to do it to everyone else. Isn't that interesting? It's just fucking crazy. Dutch said, Ephilism is a shit-brained theory. Living organisms come from molecules, so what do they propose? Halt physics and chemistry. Or halt physics and chemistry? It's not even, it's so dumb. And if you know who coined that Gary Mosher and you know his history, that dude he actually sounds like a straight-up PDF. And I actually witnessed videos of Gary Mosher going over... Well, sorry, not going over content. It was, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my brain. My mouth is not speaking as fast as my brain is going. He was being exposed by somebody, and he was going over him, and there were...
So this creature's accusing others of being PDFs. I think they're projecting. I think this creature could be creepy and guilty. Maybe a groomer. A lot of these types are. LGBT. A lot of trans are into that.
It was a stream recording. He was being exposed by somebody, and he was going over him, and mouth is not speaking as fast as my brain is going. He was being exposed by somebody, and he was going over him, and there were... it was a stream recording of a live where he was actually going after young girls that were minors and fawning over them. And then if you know the other comments he said, and this would all be exposed more.
I heard that Mushroom likes young boys. Young boys go on their channel, on Mushroom's channel. Young boys.
By the Ephilism channel and would be on here for me to show you, but no, John Madore and the likes of his ilk, the Ephilis, have reported him falsely for copyright strike, so he had to move off this platform. But if you look him up on X, then you can see some of that content. And you know, these people are so thin-skinned, weak, that they can't handle anyone critiquing them and going over their true degeneracy. No, thin-skinned, weak, that they can't handle. Thin-skinned, weak, that they can't. You know, these people are so thin-skinned, weak, that they can't handle anyone critiquing them and going over their true degeneracy. No, they have to turn it around and
That's
paint
you.
That way.
That's you. You're thin-skinned.
This is so fucking creepy. He actually, did I turn down the volume or something? I don't remember. Oh, I guess I did. I don't want to hear this disgusting person's voice, but 2 police reports reported to the FBI. This is what this guy does.
Your voice is disgusting. Make more reports. I'm allowed to record things that are publicly on the internet, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, whatever. No crime, you fucking loser. You're a psycho.
Hello everyone. Let's see if this is creepy and demonic. This Facebook.
Hold on, let me wipe off my screen.
This Facebook page. Mushroom Coyote. Let's see if this is creepy and demonic.
Super old art from years and years ago. Oh, and I was trying to do the style of Super Jail. I don't know if anyone ever watched that cartoon, but anyway, this is so funny. This guy's lost his fucking marbles. Reaching as much as he can. Oh, and don't block the troll in the chat. Do you have anything better to do, John? You're obsessed with pregnancy. You had some like very fucked up things happen to you because you should actually be in a mental institution for the wicked things that you say. I don't know who you are, but you give off that energy.
You should commit yourself to a mental institution. You should be in a psych ward or an asylum or something. You're completely fucking mental. This is your whole life. Stalking on the internet, harassing, obsessing, slandering. It's all you do. Get a job. Get some hobbies. Do something.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Susan.
I don't know who Susan is or John
Susan.
or any of these people.
Creepy creatures. There's a lot of creepy creatures here.
Yeah,
Creepy.
I gave that piece of
Creepy
art.
creature.
I gave the art that he just showed. It was like a booklet, like a little art book that I made, and I made two, and I gave one away, and it was that. I think it was that one. Either one. Either way, I'm like, I wish I never gave some of my most precious art to people who were pushing such a sick agenda, like the, you know what. But it is what it is. I mean, nothing lasts. Every bit of art that I even make is going to be deteriorated and destroyed at one point. But yeah, I'm never going to give people that are so ungrateful and wicked art ever again if I can help it, hopefully. The last person I did that for was the Green Wizard, and I really fucking regret that. And wicked art ever again if I can help it, hopefully. Yeah, I'm never going to give people that are so ungrateful and wicked art ever again if I can help it, hopefully. The last person I did that for was the Green Wizard, and I really fucking regret that. Well, you're a dumbass, Susan. And with a profile picture like that, nobody is fooled by your absolute degeneracy. Those are actually really awesome pieces, Joshua said. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you for being here. So good to see you. Definitely not AI like someone else we know. Oh man, the trolls are really in tonight. The only creep is this fucking weirdo, El Diablo. Yeah, stop trying to disrupt my chat. Just ignore the troll, but don't block them. Don't block them at all. Please, guys. Just... It's ridiculous.
Creepy and demonic. Creepy and demonic.
Man, this is such old art. I'm kind of not embarrassed, but I'm just like... Oh, he didn't go over that one? The other one? That actually had the kind of like Baphomet creature? It was like my style of it. Kind of like inspired by H.R. Giger, or however you pronounce his last name.
Okay, so every good game needs a backstory in order to be believable. So if you play a computer game, there's always a backstory involved, like in GTA. All these characters have backstories, and the map is designed in a special way with clues, for example, with hidden stuff you can find, and so on. There always has to be a narrative, a backstory to make this game believable. So, and it's exactly the same thing with the Hell Realm we are in. So, if we examine the backstories of Hell Realm, of the shit show, we can see that the Earth, this whole thing, this whole shit show, is specifically designed this way, and it's specifically designed to be a hell game. And yeah, for example, I want to give you some examples, but I showed you this presentation already, but let's go quickly back into it. So we know all roads lead to Rome, because this goes back to the Roman Empire, which basically enslaved a huge part of the world. And yes, we know Elon Musk, he's saying America is the new Rome. and he plays a huge part in it because he's basically the guy who will most likely, from all the clues we got, set up the Mark of the Beast system, the infrastructure. And so he's also called Elon Musk. Like, yeah, he's L in disguise. And yeah, he's also the richest man in the world, so this would be the guy who sets up the mark. And yeah, if we look at the Rome's Colosseum, it's basically shaped like the eye, and this was basically the world stage in condensed in a small area. The little is the big always, so there were like murders going on, and there were like games going on, like the bread and circuses. And this is basically resembling the world stage, the shit show, which is projected by this I or by this ego. So the one I, or we could say the mon I, because that's the same. And it's all about the money. It's all about money. It's all about power. It's all about hierarchy. And it's all about division. And it's all about, yeah, the shit show basically. So this thing has to be crossed out, and that's why there in the Colosseum we have this cross. So to cross the one eye out, we basically have to face the mark of the beast. So if we look at how the land masses are shaped, we can notice that Italy is like, it's famous because it's shaped like a boot. So what's the tell right here? It's the tell that we should kick it. We have to kick it. We have to kick the Roman Empire and also the resurrected Roman Empire, which is the USA, which will, of course, be or is the location where this new empire, the resurrected Roman Empire, is ruled from. And yeah, we have basically, if we look at the land masses, there is the clue. This is originally shaped like a boot, so we have to kick it, and it is also the abbreviation for Italy. Kick it, like there's even a song from a Tribe Called Quest, Can I Kick It? With the it in the background, and we also know that it is also, if we break it down, the I and the cross, just like here at the Colosseum, the I and the T for the cross. And the it is also known as the shadow, the darkness, the it, like if we look at Nietzsche, if we look at Freud and Carl Gustav Jung, they call it like, it's like a part of the psyche, the it, and which are basically the primal instincts. That's where the beast or the animal is encapsulated in this it, or part of the psyche. So yeah, kick it. And if we look, like the boot is pointing to Sicily, like it looks like it would kick Sicily. So yeah, if we check out Sicily, then we could say it's the sick, ill I, which has to be kicked. And Sicily, of course, is known for the mafia, like it's known for the Cosa Nostra. And I think, yeah, some movies are portraying Sicily as the home of the of the Italian, of the Sicilian mafia. So yeah, it's all about kicking the mafia. It's all about kicking the perpetrator of this shit show, which is the ego, which is the I, which is which sits right within. It's funny in the truther movement, everyone is every truther that I hear speaking is talking about they here, they are setting us up, they, but in reality, it's more you have to look within, because most of these truthers, when they say they mean the shadow, which is of course inside of you. And if you have to press your shadow, you're projecting your shadow parts on the external, and you get kind of paranoid. You can look this up. If you suppress your shadow, you get it depends, but you can get paranoid indeed. But you also start to project your own shadow parts, which you deny about yourself, on the external, and so yeah, it's all about looking within, looking at the own ego, and basically kick it in. So yeah, we see the land masses are also not shaped randomly. This came not by some evolution type of stuff, and the earth is the heart and so on. No, the earth is specifically part of the background story of this hell realm, and it's giving us clues. It's shaped on purpose, like for instance Italy and the boot, because the Roman Empire, yeah, you have to kick it. And the same thing goes for example, for the Gizeh pyramid, and yeah, the pyramids of Gizeh in Egypt are the only of the 7 ancient world wonders that is still there. All the other world wonders are destroyed and are not there anymore, but this one is still there. And yeah, it's also a big part of the background story of this hell realm, because the pyramid is a big symbol for basically a ruler on top, the pharaoh, and in German we say Pfarrer to a priest. He's a Pfarrer. And exactly the same thing like in Egypt. Yeah, there was the pharaoh on top, and he basically ruled everyone from the top, and down there were the slaves. So that's why we have the story of the Exodus from Egypt, where the Israelites and Moses, they lead his peoples from slavery to freedom. And yeah, on this journey Moses parts the sea, and this is like the narrow gate which is opening up, because to get out of slavery, to get out of this projection of the mind, you basically have to go the narrow path, the middle path. And yeah, you have to trust yourself, basically. And yeah, if we look closer, we have the Sphinx, and it's also like a human face. And there is the projection going on again inside the mind, this projection. And yeah, if we look at the Sphinx, it's like a combination of a human and a cat, or a lion, and lions belong to the biological family of cats. So we again have the cat's eye. Yeah, like in the caterpillar logo, the cat's eye on top, and this is again the ruler, which has to be overthrown, or we could say basically it's like a gatekeeper which has to, in the end, which you have to beat. And this is your own ego. And behind the prison, as you can see, behind this AI ruler, behind this ego, there is the true light. And when the light hits the prison, the division is taking place, the wall, the prison wall, and the division, shadow and light, and so on. Yeah, and like in the caterpillar logo, it's the cat's eye, which we have to pass to get out of this Hell Realm game. But yeah, as I said, this pyramid seems to be also a part of the background story, a crucial part of the background story, with all the mummies buried in it, like the mummies, like the spirit, the mothers. The female is always a symbol for the spirit. There are the mothers in this pyramid, like the dead mummies. It's a projection of death, basically, which we are in. Because what outlook do we have? Yeah, we live our 80, 70, 60, whatever years, and then we die. Yoo-hoo! Oh man. What a shit show. So yeah, like the caterpillar logo is showing you the way out of the projection through the cat's eye, and then you basically, we are in this caterpillar state right now. Yeah, the two pillars, of course, and ill is also contained in it. And then we basically, when we pass through this portal, when we pass through the ego, then we basically become the butterfly, so to speak. So yeah, all background stories. This whole realm, not only like in art, in music, and so on, in logos. No, it's even this whole hell realm is not shaped by, it's not shaped randomly. It's shaped, and the whole nature is designed specifically on purpose for this game. And there are a lot of backstories to prop this hell realm up and make it believable, so you don't ask too much questions, basically. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show in this video, and there are more examples for sure.
Hello. Hello. This is Trans Karen. No video, no photos. In public. That's stalking. But is it? Is it? What is it?
Because I don't know where the people that listen to me are. Here, in their own life, on their own journey. I have no sense of that. So, and I don't know the knowledge level of people that listen to me. I don't know the experience level of the people that listen to me. I don't know how much people that listen to me have ever actually, really, willfully, for a consistent and prolonged period of time, pushed on the veils of reality, consciousness, and literally sought to expand their consciousness, grow, heal, and that type of stuff. I don't know what category of being of the people that listen to me. I couldn't. It's not doing what it is that I'm doing on the internet. There's no way I could know these things about the people that watch me. Unless, you meet someone or something, you know they watch, but I think you get the point. So, I have no idea how people will receive me. What I presume is that only people, generally, that would be interested in the subject matter. For me, strangely enough, the reason why a lot of the subject matter was coming out of me was because I was in a very dark place, a lot of deep lamentation, recognizing bit by bit as I contrasted all these things that I did, all these things I believed, what I believed about how the world worked or reality worked and all this other stuff, God and yada, yada, yada. A lot of what came out of me, a lot of my energy because of it. For those that remember, those that knew, I mean, when you're in the dark night, it's never fun. A lot of caustic energy, a lot of vitriol. And as I was realizing the degree to which I'd been deceived, the degree to which I was being affected, I mean, just all this stuff, it was me being an authentic human being. At the same time trying to parlay the worst possible scenario I could have possibly fucking envisioned for myself based off of what it was that I have told you or what it was that I did. The sacrifices made, the efforts put forth, the faith applied, and then the trust given based off of the belief, the belief that I was being called by because of the way all this stuff unfolded. It was, and again, it wasn't like, oh, something just happened, or I had two little synchronicities. We're talking a period of 10 or 11 months before I finally really realized something is definitely trying to get my attention. At that time, I wasn't into the occult. I wasn't into magic. I wasn't into religion. I wasn't into any negative thing. I was just doing my thing, working my job, licking my wounds from the ridiculous shit my narcissistic alcoholic ex-girlfriend did and all that stuff. Just trying to basically do me. Then all that happens. Meaning the synchronicities. And I'm like, looking back on it, hyper analyzing it, I can see where something, well, what is this something and where in the fuck does it live? And how in the fuck did it know all of this shit about me? It knew exactly and precisely where to fucking go. So something has been watching and looking and observing over my motherfucking life in a way that boggles the motherfucking mind. When I went into Peru and I'd walked away from all my connections and literally didn't have anybody, so I'm like trusting that the big spirit daddy in the sky, or his representatives, is going to bring the right people across my path along my journey. And I'd meeting people and this, that, and the other. Some sort of presumption and trust and faith that because of the team I thought I was going to work for and where I was, and that really blows my mind when I look at what I believed and what ultimately unfolded. And when I look at it from a perspective of the energy you put out versus the effort you put out, mind, intention, beliefs, actions, emotion, all working in concert, doing, in as much as I would have ever believed it, the right thing. A right thing, a good thing. Something that to me or for me would have given my life a meaning that it had never otherwise had. It would have been extremely fulfilling to be helpful to people. Looking at it, I'm like, you really are working at a level of kind of like a plumber, because you're working with people's broken parts, their icky parts, in a certain sort of, and when it's bad behaviors and bad energy and lots of other stuff like that, it's generally not a pleasant experience. It's not horrible, or people wouldn't do it, but it's not glamorous. So you're working kind of as a low man on the totem pole, so to speak, but it's still valuable work, necessary. Okay, all right. Yep, I'll do it. I don't have this big motherfucking inflated ego where I need to be somewhere where everyone can see me and look at how powerful and magnificent I am. No, help, fucking heal them. That's okay. That's what you need. That's what you need, big guy. I'll do it. Based completely on the belief, I don't know that I would have been otherwise motivated. But once this happened, I was like, holy shit. And it was all themed that way. I'm like, I thought about it. I really did. I thought about it. And back then I was kind of in a much different energy than what I've been driven into over the last fucking about 8 years. My energy was much different. My approach to people was much different. I was very much a humanitarian in the archetypal way, because I didn't care if you were black, white, green, or purple, or alien, I used to say. If you were a good person, you're a fucking good human. I'm an Aquarius. We are the fucking humanitarians of the zodiac. And if you do not understand archetypes, me saying that, I don't know what the fuck you think of that. And if I've got an audience of people who literally lack so much actual knowledge, which is work that you would have to put in to come to know things, to then understand what I'm saying and or why. If it's an analogous thing, there's a stairwell of learning, and I don't know what the number would be, but let's say I'm on step 30 and you're on step 10. I don't know. And I've gotten to step 30 or wherever I'm at because of the shit that I've done. I've learned this shit and I'm like, oh my God. Here's one of the biggest things for me, and this ties into the Aquarian thing, the humanitarian thing. Once I realized how much we don't know, I grew up, I learned what this reality had to teach in those ways, and short of somebody going out of their way to teach their children or something, very specific stuff, there's nothing about the reality that I grew up in as a Gen X, and nothing that the millennials I grew up in the same reality the millennials did too, that teaches you about a lot of the things that I started to see and figure out. And when I started to realize on a grand scale what we don't know, most specifically, what we don't know about self. And when I started to truly realize what we don't know about self is literally everything. Excuse my energy. I'm just kind of passionate about this. This is fucking true. It's everything they know about us. And when you really start to look at the way this beast system works and all the layers of it and all the things that are there at the layers to affect the non-physical components of the humans in the ways that I've been talking about. Think about it. Mind, body, spirit, and soul. Only the body is physical. Mind, body, spirit. Mind, spirit, soul. That stuff. So like something as cliche or trivial as a statement like that. Literally only one of the things of the four, are non-physical. Mind, perceptions, and beliefs. I struggle to understand how explaining to people how important these are, that we are born blank and programmable. This whole Ignatius Loyola quote from 500 years ago, give me a child till 7 and I'll give you the man. They understand how we're programmable. That may not completely end at 7 years old. For some people, it seems like they remain programmable and or very, I'll use the general term sheep-like because, hey, doesn't the Christian Bible refer to humans as sheep? So they remain very sheep-like. And sheep together in flocks and herds and shit. It's crazy. So I started to realize the system is going after all this non-physical stuff. It's got all these mechanisms it's built out. Who controls them all? Oh, started to see the pattern there. Who built it? Who controls it? Who bought it? Who influences it? It's a particular group of people. And they're the ones that you can't talk about. They're the ones, those people. Yeah, it's them. And when you start looking at what this beast system has been built out to do, and the ways in which it will affect. And here's the thing, to say that to people who don't know this, who don't understand this, I understand it at a very intimate level. I've done presentations on it. There's probably presentations I could still create and show even more. They don't spread. I could put on a fucking class with a massive whiteboard if there was hungry minds that really wanted to know and could empty their cup and leave their fucking egos at the door and recognize this guy that you would not necessarily expect because, well, he's been a homeless guy. It was only because of the lockdowns and everything just stacked up and bam, I now become an economic casualty to the fucking, and then I have narcissistic fucking family. And unfortunately, they'll never help you. Well, generally won't. It's like a whole stack of the worst types of fucking things all congealing into one thing. While I'm in this dark night of the soul, while I'm in this fucking lamentation because of this woman that came across my path through the ceremony, since I'm in a ceremony and it was like the first profound one I had, and I see this woman, she took on a significance that she wouldn't have otherwise. I think they knew this. Knowing that I was asking for love in every, I think they knew. And I've used the phrasing, it was like I was baited and she was almost like a surgical instrument in a certain sort of way, looking back at it, which again, almost reaffirms something knows an awful lot about me and those weak points and vulnerability. And through all of this, with the exception of seeing mantids, with the exception of seeing, that alien curator of the flat-domed worlds, with the exception of having some encounters with some spirit animals that were conscious and some plants that were conscious in some of those psychedelic ceremonies when you're in some of those places and spaces. I just lost my train of thought. Hang on a second. And I'm doing all this thinking to myself, okay, this is the work one does to expand one's consciousness. If you're going to heal people, you probably have to have a more expanded awareness of humans, human understanding, and things of that nature. Plus, I just wanted to grow. Like, I had this innate desire to want to fucking grow. Get locked into all this goddamn darkness, see certain things, and I'm like, I'll be goddamned if I'm not going to parlay this shit into telling humans what it is I can clearly see. They don't want us to know. And then, when I literally am literally living and have, as I look back, I can see it all. The best thing I could use is the word spiritual warfare. Having your life manipulated, ripped apart, in all the stuff that happens in spiritual warfare. Even explaining it in monologues, explaining it in videos, it never really garnering anybody that's like, wow, this is one of the good ones who's horribly being attacked. And maybe there's somebody out in the internet land, there's gazillions of people in the world, would be like, oh, let me reach out to this guy. Maybe I could help him or show him something, teach him something, do something, help. You know, he seems like one of the good ones. None of that kind of stuff has happened. So I'm trying to parlay everything that I'm seeing and learning about the ways in which the entirety of the human species is being manipulated, the components of our being that they can manipulate, the emotions, and those emotional strings. And when you have a very weak will, limited self-discipline, if any, limited self-control, you can be very triggerable. You can be fucking weaponized. You can be turned into a Kool-Aid head and enraged and set out into the fucking streets with signs. And, you know, there's all kinds of things that can happen when it comes to emotion and pulling those strings. So it's a big deal. And you can't put your hands on your emotions, even though they're induced by your endocrine system and the chemicals that, what was it? Oh, they know how to kick off the chemicals by what they feed your eyes and ears. What they feed your eyes and ears affects your mind because it affects your beliefs in that way and your perception. And this is the stuff that drives the human ass. Some of the stuff that drives the human ass. They know how to pull the goddamn herd strings like puppets. Edward Bernays explains this in the first 2 pages of his book, Propaganda from 1928. All you've got to do is realize that. Read that goddamn book. Read those 2 pages. It's a small book. You can find the PDF online. Read it and listen and think deeply. Meditate upon, so to speak, what they are telling you in the first 2 pages, the first 6 small paragraphs, and what it's implying. And I'm just like, oh my God, that was 1928. 100 fucking years of this. Where these people sit at certain layers of our societies with diabolical intentions and how to erode the mind, the values, influence your beliefs, your perceptions, your desires. It's just the whole fucking thing. I'm like, oh my God. Your psychology. Influencing and affecting people in the ways this system does. Through trauma. Isn't that an interesting thing? What a common theme through many lives out there, trauma is. A lot of it, childhood. Specifically, I'm talking about that. In the family units, the stuff nobody wants to talk about. The stuff that causes the most profound damage. The stuff that causes the beginnings of generational wounding, generational patterns of some really fucked up shit that causes the cluster B spectrum. So I start to realize, as I'm analyzing what's happening to us, I'm analyzing what we're doing, I'm analyzing the human condition and the results that we're producing, it's starting to hit me. Because down in Peru, I got a sense, because I spent that time down there working with people, and I started to realize that 95% of the people that were coming to Peru to drink ayahuasca, and that's just Peru. There's also Ecuador, Brazil, and Colombia, where they drink ayahuasca as part of their culture and healing and stuff like that. In Peru alone, where I was, just the people I was around, 95% of them, is the best words I could use for it to give you a sense of the percentile, the vast majority, coming for childhood wounding. People coming from all over the world, converging in the South America, going to any one of those 4 countries to sit with shaman and drink that brew to heal their hearts and their minds from childhood wounding. So I come back and started to realize even deeper, clearly all this shit's coming from the familial unit. That's kind of a problem. That's kind of a degrading force. We're an intelligent species. What the fuck happened? You see what I'm saying? So here I am trying to explain to humans the things that I've been trying to explain to humans about how we're doing human. Thusly, I've done videos contemplating or saying, implying, inferring, and showing people to a degree that they can listen and hear and see. We're not meeting the minimum requirements to be a human in this reality. And those minimum requirements are more knowledge of self, so we walk around armed with the knowledge of how the hell we're built, and because it's all the things that we don't know about ourselves that are the things that they are going after. All the weaknesses within human beings, they know this. They're going after them. That's why they're going after the carnal, the primal, the sexual. They're going after the mind, the beliefs, the perceptions. Think about what those are. Your mind, the whole place where you pilot the fucking ship, and the things that give you the lenses of your perception, and the clarity of perception is what you believe, what you perceive. We're not taught, people don't realize, it's not really a matter of what we believe. Beliefs really are another place where they can pull your strings, because beliefs are not knowledge. Beliefs are not knowledge. I started to realize that humans need to transcend opinions and beliefs into knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Understanding generally comes through knowledge and experience. Being there. And having gone through the fires of fucking hell, in some ways kind of publicly. Having really, really put in the work, had my feet to the motherfucking fire, had my head to the fucking dirt, but, you know, back of my neck like God or a demon or whatever. And I'm like, pulling this shit out, looking at this stuff, realizing all this stuff, doing monologues, presentations while homeless, while in the dark night of the soul. Who in the fuck else have you ever heard of or that's done something like that? And then, the more I've considered that alone, what I just said, and don't, if it triggers you into who the fuck does this guy think he is, he thinks he's so special. Have you experienced a fraction of that? I started to realize 6-7 years of the dark night of the soul, because the first one was a year long. That's the one that woke me up 21 years ago, 22 years ago. I don't remember the exact date, but it was like 04, 05. It was 05, somewhere right there. And it's 2026, so 21 years solid. I started to realize that literally blossoming into the archetype under which I was fucking born, the 9th house Aquarius, and when you look at it, it's the philosopher. It's the teacher. It's the spiritual fucking leader or whatever. There's a couple of things. And then when you look at the 9th house, they're hell-bent on truth and justice and a whole bunch of other things. And not every single aspect of it, but a lot of it. I was like, damn. So this is where I started to see this reality is literally right. And you say that loosely. What does it mean? Something's watching because it knows me and it's known where to go. But it's like, and like precision. And it's all been radio silence, but it's like this reality is rising up against me, trying to literally be somebody that's a decent human in this world, doing my part to ensure that the world doesn't completely suck, trying to be a light in the world, trying to educate. And when I say way show, it's pointing all this stuff out. It's pointing out things that they're doing. Trying to educate the younger minds, but the younger minds in so many ways seem to be so goddamn damaged, so fucking arrogant, so fucking pride-filled, so fucking damaged, so imperceptive. And I'm like, I guess we're halfway to idiocracy. I guess reality doesn't work the way I thought it did. I guess the God that I thought existed doesn't exist in the way I thought it did, and it's kind of something really evil. And I started really starting to wonder what the fuck this God was. And I don't think it is what we think it is. And recently it started to click. If you consider the Kardashev scale, there's a video on YouTube of kind of an alien head holding like a planet, bluish. If you watch the first 3 of those 7 phases of the Kardashev scale, and you consider what's implied, I think these people these beings are somewhere in a 1.5 to 2.5 on the Kardashev, something like that, to the point where their technology, and if they're genetic engineers and genetic masters in that way, if as they advance, you master the energy harnessing of your planet to phase 1, and we're 0.7. You master and control the energy of your star as a 2. As a 3, and the way they explain it is the more advanced the technology gets, along with that process. So their technology could be very godlike to us, very all kinds of, and they could build technology into us, biological technology that we don't even have a frame of reference to realize even exists. How do you think they do, if it's a real thing, the life review when you die? Something's recording everything. Something is recording everything. Because cultures, all the way back to the goddamn Egyptians, have believed in this life review thing when you die. That's alien fucking technology. Period, paragraph, end of story. And when you start to realize they're just presenting themselves to us as fucking gods. They know we have their genetic code. We have, and we don't know it. And I think I'm starting to figure it out. And whether I realized I was starting to figure it out, when you start to look at what the fuck I've been telling people, and if they started doing that work and turning shit the fuck on in themselves, becoming more aware of the non-physical components, doing work to strengthen themselves in certain ways, and just doing things that have them on a journey, as I've been trying to stimulate people, to antagonize people, rising above, becoming more. Explaining that you're the only species upon the earth other than caterpillars that have the ability to become more than you were born as, more than you were born to be. When I started to realize that when I woke up 21 years ago, the first thing I realized was the depths of my own ignorance. And I wanted to educate myself. And at various points along the way, it's like I have aspired to want to be more. Not the best person, not the worst person, just do more, be more, grow more, try to do more with what the fuck I was given. A lot of that, you're limited economically in this fucking world, and who controls all of that? Gee. When I started thinking that, and realizing that, under the archetype in which I was born, even as I've blossomed into it more and more and more and matured into it in some ways, it's like this entire fucking reality has risen the fucking up against me in a certain sort of way. No, I'm not living in a fucking delusion. It's based off of my experiences versus what it is that I've put out, in stark contrast to what I ever believed, or what you hear of how reality works. You put out good stuff, man, you get back good stuff, you know. If you put out bad, I've heard other people talk about mind, body, spirit, or mind, body, emotion, and action all being congruent towards, and I'm like, I looked at all that and I'm like, oh, that was all there. It's like I did everything I thought I should do or could do right, had the best fucking intentions, and I don't mean it in a trivial way of the road to hell. Well, there is something to be said for the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But when I honestly believe that because I thought I was being called by God, in that sense, that team, that there would have been some measure of protection. I never expected to live in opulence. But I'll be goddamned if I ever expected, thought, or conceived homelessness while I watch my fucking rancid brother, who basically got rich off the back of the biggest global hoax the world has ever seen, the biggest attempt to overtly at that, cull, as men. It's not funny. It's just, it blows my mind the way it was received. But the biggest overt attempt to cull as many people as they possibly could through deception. And who is it that says, by deception thou shalt do war? All of this was fucking deception. I knew it. I knew it was a big hoax. I told my father, told my brother, watched my family fucking do their thing. Not believe me, fucking watch. I told my brother, I told him. So I'm homeless as a guy that's actually trying to help people. And this motherfucker who was selling stuff to hospitals that were killing people in the hospitals, selling the equipment because there was a rise of the need for more ventilators and a whole bunch of other things. His business goes from like 70 million to 110 or something like that. Massive leap. Massive fucking leap. 2 years in a row. So he gets bought by private equity. Now he's rich. Beyond his wildest fucking dreams. And none of that would, if he would have sold today, I would never criticize my brother and hope that he'd made $50 million. But when you experience that rise during the goddamn pandemic global hoax thing, and then get rich off of it and sell your business at the peak of this shit, whew, you just, yeah, okay. It is what it is. Who am I to judge? But when I look at it, it's like if you would have sold your business at the beginning of 2020 and you made all kinds of money, I would never judge that. Have ever opinion on that. You did a good job, dude. You built a business for a long time and hey, you sold it and you made a lot of money. If it would have been within the last year or two and they sold, you're not at the height, the peak, and the fucking fact that your business even got bought by private equity was because of all the stuff that happened. Isn't that an interesting thing? I'm sorry. And he's an Asperger, so they have literally no empathy. They literally, and when you have no empathy, when you look at the capitalist world, when you look at how money works and how people will fucking dog eat dog for that shit, the reality that the God put us in made it so that we have to literally pay to exist on the fucking planet we were born on, and look at who's controlled the goddamn money in this fucking world since the days of the money changers. You start to look at what the fuck is going on here. Most people don't look. Most people don't look beneath the surface. Most people don't ask deeper questions. Most people don't look behind the veil. I've been doing nothing but that. And while I was in 6 years of darkness, there was nothing that was too taboo for me. I learned shit that blew my mind. I know shit that now I can't convince people who are still stuck behind beliefs, ego, pride, their own fucking shame for being foolish in whatever ways. I mean, people suffer from all kinds of weird things, from pride, ego, shame, for various reasons. I'm just trying to illustrate some of them. I'm not pointing the fingers at anybody. Everybody's where the fuck they're at. And here's the thing, I don't know if it's just me, but I've always been capable of actually recognizing people who were really smart and knew what the fuck they were talking about. And I always gravitated towards those people, because if they were then being kind enough to share what they knew with other people and really not asking in return, like literally, that shit inspired me. I would listen. I have no idea why I've gotten back what I have. Not booty-hoo about it. I could be, I have been. Still makes no sense. It's as frustrating and infuriating as possible. And here's the thing, across 10 solid years, maybe even a little longer. No answers. Something clearly, and when I say clearly, I mean fucking intimately knows me, to the point where it knew my good points that would bait me with this shit, even though I wasn't a religious person at all. But I did believe in God. Didn't pray to Jesus. I wasn't a Jesus guy. But I did believe in God. The Great Spirit in the sky, as the Native Americans would refer to it, kind of a general phrase for some perceived benevolent spirit that, what? I don't know. And that belief alone was my Achilles heel. That belief alone began literally the fucking downfall of my fucking life, the destruction of my life. I wasn't aspiring towards riches. I wasn't aspiring toward, although I was a prepper, armed to the fucking teeth, prepared, saw what the fuck was going on then. And the only thing that would have made me sell all of that stuff was the fact that I truly believed I was being called by God to be a Team Lightside person. And that I was going to do something so profoundly different under the protection of the big man in the sky, that all these implements that I'd been building and shooting and learning, and fuck, I was training with Spec Ops guys in Phoenix, in northern Arizona, on tactical shotgun, tactical pistol, tactical rifle, took a couple of fucking long-range sniper classes, plus I lived in an area where I could shoot 2,000 fucking yards, and I had a .338 Lapua Magnum, reloaded all my own precision match-grade fucking ammo for years. Life was good, I just didn't have a woman. And then all this shit starts happening. So I'm like, do I want this life? Or being called by the big man in the sky? That's the way it worked, seemed. Choose this path. I'm like, you know? And back then I was like, I'd really like to go through my life and finish it without having to kill anybody. If I go this way, and it wasn't from being a pussy, of just Aquarius, we're humanitarians, not a big fan of war. In the last 10 years, I've learned so much and understand why certain things are necessary in ways that I didn't receive and knew then. My mindset has shifted in a little ways. As an American, I understand why the Tree of Liberty needs to be refreshed, and we're fucking there. I understand things that I didn't then. But, man, through all of this, no fucking answers. And the absolute destruction of my fucking life. Now, there's a few places and spaces where it could have gotten a little worse, but 50 years old, my birthday, in a goddamn TA truck stop. with a brother that's got $50 million fucking dollars or $20 million fucking dollars and all this other shit. And he's a butthurt little bitch because I'm his older, wiser, smarter brother. I was right the whole time. He didn't believe me. He didn't care. He sold his morals and his values for fucking money. My father never imbued any morals into him or fucking value systems into him other than apparently do anything you got to do to get the almighty dollar so you can be rich. Service to self. Totally service to self. It is what it is. So, when you get no answers for that kind of shit, when you do what I did, and the types of things that I did, making yourself weakened financially in a world where I wouldn't have been weakened, I would have been, well, I was doing well. I was doing well. I mean, the job that I left to go to Peru, I'd had for a little over a year, full time, I was making $65 fucking an hour. It's not the best in the world, but it's pretty good living for a single fucking guy. I was living okay. I could pay rent, buy toys, and still had money to fucking live and save. Not a lot. And there was a point where I was in kind of like buying stuff mode, not the stupid shit, like man stuff for prepping and all of that stuff for the Arizona mountains, for the Colorado mountains, and traps and just the whole fucking bit. Oh, it was fucking full on. And when I realized this was all going on, I'm like, yeah, I'd actually rather be somebody that helps people rather than somebody that hurts people. So I took the other path and got rid of all that. Now I don't know what to do as I watch the world decay more and more and more. Morals are at an all-time low. Moral relativism at all-time highs. Service to self is at all-time highs. Empathy is at all-time lows. And when your own family will turn your back on you. You know, I had a book once. I did a reading of this particular chapter. I forget the name of the book. Some of you have probably heard it, but it's a book where in this one chapter, the chapter is called The Book of Philosophies. The chapter is Lucifer telling Cain, giving mouth to ear, his philosophies. And one of the things that he says is, I'm paraphrasing, he says something to the effect of, you can speak bad and have problems with your family, but in your worst need, your family will always be there. I'm like, no, dude, you're wrong. It doesn't work that way. But I was like, the goddamn devil's telling people, you know, even if it's all bad, you know, you can always rely on your family. And every other thing that he said in that was 100% true. But for that one, I'm like, no, you can't. You can't. It's why I've said I think I was born from fucking black and narcissistic evil bloodlines. For parents to be born narcissistic, the grandparents had to be narcissistic. For the grandparents to be narcissistic, this is generational. So I think I come from something that I would have never wanted to come from. And I think I come from a level of evil that I never realized or never knew, because I was just born. I was a kid. I was raised. Life was what it was. I didn't have any real understanding until I grew the fuck up and matured and started analyzing the fuck out of everything. And most of that came from having the veils torn off of my eyes to the degree that I did through 125 shamanic ceremonies, 100 of them ayahuasca, 25 or so with San Pedro. Deep fucking work. I'm not just doing you're not doing party doses here, people, especially when you're an apprentice. You're not doing party doses. You're doing deep fucking work. You're either doing deep work on yourself, or occasionally you're not doing any of that and you launch the fuck out and you're having these paradigm shattering, worldview changing, version of reality shifting experiences that then you get to come back and look at all this and realize, so what the fuck's actually really going on here? And nothing gives you answers. No answers. Something's clearly affecting you, but it won't give you answers. It has the ability to manipulate and impact and affect your life, but it won't give you answers. Really sit with what I'm saying. Wrap your mind completely around that. And imagine what I've told you. This has been a 10-year thing. No answers. no fucking answers. Now, when you start thinking about psychological profiles, what kind of rancid, wretched fucking mind would do something like that to someone? And then for that fucking level of shit to be unleashed upon my fucking life, for doing what the fuck I was doing, you know? We're in a reality where Ripperger, that exorcist priest, explains that the God he serves uses demons as his instruments. But isn't it strange? He straight up says when you do grave and disordered things, and he's referring to children in this context, that the demons are going to start to affect the children. Not the people that do the horrible fucking things to the children. What the fuck kind of reality is that? And what the fuck kind of God is that? Entity? Whatever the fuck it is. That when horrible fucking people who should have their fucking heads removed touch children in horrible fucking ways, demons begin to get in through the tear in those little children's energy for those horrible and disordered things to be imposed upon them by these fucking maggot people. The demons affect the fucking children, not the human. So what the fuck is a demon really? And then that black robe wearing fucking exorcist priest says that the God that he serves uses demons to bludgeon you upon the fucking life. In all the ways that he explains it. I have a video on my channel breaking it down, showing you bit by bit, all right out of his fucking mouth. And that with what I have experienced in the last 10 years, the only thing that actually seems to fit in any framework that I would ever fucking understand or that I knew or could tell is this thing that Ripperger says about God using demons to bludgeon you on the fucking life to draw you closer to God. Okay, that's fucked up. 100 ways from Sunday for 100 fucking reasons. And then I think to myself, you know, all you'd have to do is be good. I kind of thought that's what you were, which is why I made the sacrifices that I did of the fucking life that I'd built for my fucking self and threw myself off the proverbial cliff in a leap of blind faith to be working for the big man in the sky down here, boots on the ground, to be in service to others to help them fucking heal. Or whatever. And here's the thing. I'm going to leave you with this because I could go on about this. This is just food to contemplate how this shit really fucking works. When you consider the military, it's a perfect example, I think. And I actually use this because my uncle was one of the founding members of SEAL Team 2. He was pulled out of the UDT teams when Kennedy started SEAL Team 1 and SEAL Team 2. And SEAL Team 2 was Little Creek, Virginia, and my family's from Philly. And yeah, my uncle became the plank owner for the Navy SEAL Team 2 and basically helped form the Navy SEALs. Okay. These boys are hardcore. These boys put themselves through some grueling ass shit. You know, if they didn't know why they were doing what they're doing, meaning to put themselves through that grueling ass shit, to endure, to force themselves every step of the way they need to be mentally strong, you know, to not crack, to not ring the bell. What do you think gives them the fortitude to do that? Not only is it in them, but it's probably in a lot of us, but they drive themselves through an act of their fucking will to be everything they need to be to get to the end of buds, to become a Navy fucking SEAL, or a Green Beret, or a Ranger, or a Delta guy. They all do this There's one advantage they have. There's one advantage they have that I haven't had. Is that to endure all that shit, they know on the other end of whatever the fuck they're going to go through, what they're going to be. You see what I'm saying? They know the end goal. It's explained to them to a degree. They figure it out to a degree. They have this understanding, and they want that. They want to achieve that. They want to accomplish that. They want to be that. So they know. You see what I'm saying? I haven't had any of that. I don't have any of that. I just was like a healer, whatever. You don't understand what it's like. Radio silence. For all of this, for as long as I've done it, radio silence. To be driven into homelessness, fucking having to beg for money. What kind of fucking life is that? What kind of bullshit is this? What the fuck? And when I tell you black magic attacks, there's demonic attacks or oppression, I've got 25 solid fucking years in tech. I've worked for some of the biggest fucking companies out there. I can literally do everything from the wire and tap down your fucking patch panels. And correct, blue, orange, green, brown, slate. I know the fucking color code. White, blue, white, orange, white, green, white, brown. I know the fucking color code. I can terminate your patch panels. That's just the beginning. I can build your servers. I can install your servers. I can configure your servers. I can build your domain. I can build your fucking forest. I can connect you to the cloud. I can build out your cloud environment. I can configure your routers, your switches, your firewalls. I can configure your VPN. I can configure your fucking Wi-Fi. I've been doing all of this shit for 25 fucking years. I've been putting my resume out, and I can't get work. How is that? Do you really think I'm sitting on my fucking butt with my thumb in my ear or my butt? Tapping my fingers, watching videos, scroll, monster. And somebody's gonna take care of me? No. I've been doing everything I possibly can. Putting forth, and I got, the evidence is in my inbox, but there's no way someone like myself would not, how? For 8 months, I'm fucking hardcore submitting resumes, man. It gets to the point where I literally start submitting resumes to grocery stores, hardware stores, and other types of places. Nothing comes in. Yet they won't kill me, whatever they are. Something is like toying with me. It's playing with me. It is the most sadistic fucking thing. And to realize that this is actually how reality works. This is actually what the fuck happens to good people in this fucking world. The evilest among us rule things. The evilest among us are the richest. The most ruthless and merciless according to all fucking standards. Evil people have risen to the tops of the power structure, the money structure, the control structure, and every other fucking structure. Evil runs this fucking world. Well, I know it now. So don't try to be a good person. Because they're gonna try to convert you, force you, or drive you through hate and all this other shit to become one of them, like a Borg or something. To become one of them. Become one of us evil people. Sell everything out. Morals are a man-made construct anyway. You don't need any of those pesky morals, values, virtues, first principles. No. All the things I've been telling you are the things that help the animal man to transcend out of this pathetic fucking condition that allows these maggots that run the fucking world to control the whole of the species. Because we're born blank and programmable, because we're born into the lower 3 chakras, animal man state of existence, consciousness, and all of this other shit, these maggots can run everything. How dare you rise above that, meat sack? How dare you transcend the animal man? How dare you put in their heads there's more inside of them than they realize? How dare you antagonize or try to trigger them into transcending the fucking useless eater animal man, carnal, primal, sexually driven, thinks with his fucking Johnson instead of his fucking intelligent head, and antagonize them if you have to. To rise above that fucking animal man, to tap into those upper 4 chakras in that model. It's just a framework to give people a frame of reference. And when you look at what those chakras do, higher mind, heart-based intelligence, using the higher faculties, man has the capacity to embody, to evolve into. It's like, no, something. And there's been no protection for me, man. You really, really, really gotta sit with. And if you were to break down just what I've said here, put it on a whiteboard, look at it, contrast it to the world you thought you lived in, contrast it to the God you thought was out there, contrast it to any motherfucking thing that you have thought about how reality works, it's all been flipped on its fucking head for me. And I've been telling people that I did 14. There may be more, I just haven't found them yet. It takes a while to go through over 600, 700 fucking videos that I've done over the last 7 or 8 years. But I slowly am going through them. I've gone through 300 of them now, 320. And it's found 14 video monologues that I've done, deeply lamenting, talking through what I was going through, what I was experiencing, the way it was unfolding, yada, 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 all titled and deeply focused on spiritual warfare. Been talking about that for years now. And it's like a Truman Show in a certain sort of way, because people watch. They like to just watch the guy lament and not actually take any of what he said, look at themselves, apply it to themselves. There's been no other intelligent people in the entire fucking internet, the entire world, that have saw the framework and are like, oh my God, this guy's got something. We need to really expand this. We really do. He's right. These are our weaknesses. This is where they're going after us. This is what they're doing to go after us. And this is the condition of people that it's creating. And that's heavily degraded. Well, in order to prevent that degradation level, we need to go back to the fucking beginning here and start to realize, we've got to actually do more work to be a human. We have to know more. We have to be more aware. We have to do more fucking work to be human. It's unfortunate, or it's fortunate. It's unfortunate for lazy bitches who don't want to fucking do the work. I mean, on some levels I get it. Who the fuck asked to be born into this fucking world? Seriously, who in the fuck asked to be born here? I would argue, because I've taken the time to kind of figure this out, I would argue somewhere in the 90th percentile of humans upon this earth got here as a byproduct of their animal man level consciousness mother. And I'm not saying they were bad people, but we're animal man, meaning we're doing it from below the belt. We're making the wrong choices as to who to be with. We're doing it without necessarily love involved. We're procreating like animals through the animal urges, the animal drives, and all this other shit, when we're actually human beings that have higher faculties, higher consciousness levels, higher levels of awareness, and we could actually choose to be breeding and procreating from a very different place and a very different space that I would argue would bring children in that are different than those of us that were born to the two fucking horrible narcissistic pieces of literal living fucking filth that I was born from. No two ways about it. No two ways about it. I mean, no two ways about it. There's no excuse other than being an absolute goddamn reprehensible narcissistic fucking piece of shit for my father to have turned his back on me during the lockdowns, considering the motherfucker abandoned me when I was 9 months old and threw me to the motherfucking wolves of this goddamn evil, clearly fucking evil world. My mother, the narcissistic piece of shit that she was, couldn't keep a man and was hopping from fucking Johnson to Johnson. And this was so there was no man to teach me. So I had to learn some of the fucking lessons of life and manhood from some of the hardest places and fucking spaces you would ever expect to learn it, simply because this fucking maggot lord birthed me to two fucking narcissistic pieces of fucking subhuman filth. Why do I say subhuman and emphasize it? Because when you lack empathy, sympathy, compassion for your own fucking son, at that, you lack guilt, shame, and remorse towards the things that you've done or haven't done towards your own son, at that, you're cunning, ruthless, merciless, predatory, and opportunistic. This is the character traits for that cluster B. These are those predatory animal-like people. These are people who will never transcend that animal man. All the cluster B spectrum, lower 3 chakras, animal mankind. You can be really rich in there. You can be really powerful from lower 3 chakras, animal man. You can run the fucking world from those lower 3 chakras, animal man. Control, might makes might. My dick's bigger than yours. I got the bigger muscles. But do you have the bigger brains? Do you have the bigger awareness to make the right fucking choices with all those big muscles? That's the problem. That's the problem. See, I was born into the wrong fucking world. I was born into the wrong fucking species. Because I have literally, and you can think I'm being arrogant, you can think I'm inflating claims. I've literally figured out how to fucking adjust the course and direction of this motherfucking species. That's some God-level fucking thinking right there. I'm a ninth house Aquarius, which, excuse me, in some zodiac circles, if you will, they refer to it as the house of God. That's kind of why I think about the human condition, the human experience. In all the ways, like I saw when I started to put it all together, I'm like, holy shit, I'm just doing what the fuck I'm wired to do. And this reality has fucking risen up against me in ways that boggle my fucking mind. Just utterly, absolutely, totally, completely boggle the mind on top of all of that shit to live and experience reality, do an inversion on me, getting back nothing I thought. No answers. No answers for a decade. Do you think that's benevolence? Or do you think that's something trying to drive me into loose production? Trying to drive me into fucking psychosis? Trying to drive me into fucking fracturing and cracking in a mental place because reality's not working the way you thought it would and all this other shit. You're getting back all the worst shit. I've seen this reality trying to drive me into wanting to be a horrible person. It's like opened the doors for me many times to be someone bad, to really actually just say fuck it, sell all my morals or give them away. Like if I would have actually taken the time with this dude that I was just at his house to break open my laptop, use AI maybe, figure some shit out about how we could have stolen from old people. If I could have helped him figure that shit out and put that shit into action, this motherfucker would have, like, what the ever-loving fuck, hell fuck is that all about? And what? Holy shit. I mean, I'm just like, I cannot fucking believe the life forms that humans are turning out to be. I cannot believe the life forms I was incarnated into this motherfucking world with. I cannot believe how fucking easy it is to get a human to sell their motherfucking morals and values and principles towards the good for motherfucking money. Excuse my French, but that shit just sickens me. I know we need money. Why do you think I stayed homeless for as long as I got? I wasn't willing to fucking steal or lie to people or manipulate people. I'm fucking smart. Not the smartest guy in the world. I'm just saying I am smart. And I know an awful lot about the human being. I know an awful lot about the human mind. I know an awful lot about how to manipulate the human mind, and because I had to learn these things in the studying of psychology to understand what the fuck they were doing to us. If I was evil, I'd be out here manipulating people, and I wouldn't be in this situation. But I will not fucking give up on those morals. And then something's gonna be like, oh really? Oh really? We're gonna drive you. We're gonna make sure. How? Something that will not sell itself, will not reveal itself, will not fucking give me an answer. If I say I'm not going to sell my principles, it's like there's some saying, oh really? And try and fucking drive me into a situation where you have no choice. And then it can say, see, you will. Oh, you just have no idea. I'm telling you people, you have no idea until you fucking lived it. Until you've lived it, until you've experienced it, you could never know. The best thing you could possibly